Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of NieR Automata. Now at the very end of last NieR stream we completed the game for a second time and we chose the A2 ending. With that, I was about to say, with that, a bit more of the lore was revealed, but I'm actually not sure the ending itself did reveal that much lore, but that playthrough certainly did. So now we're at the point where really we want to just pursue the various other endings. Understand there's 26 endings in total, one for each letter of the Roman alphabet. I say the Roman alphabet, of course. The Romans never had... they didn't have a separate U. They didn't have W. They didn't have J. But anyway, the Roman alphabet as used for the English language. So, on that note, I did a bit of looking. Sadly, I could not find a resource which was essentially hints to the various endings. Because in the perfect world, that's what I'd like. I don't want to have it all spoiled for me. I'd rather be nudged in the right direction to each of the endings and stumble across it myself. Doesn't look like that's possible. There are a lot of pages on the internet that will just... well, they're walkthroughs. They will just tell you, this is what you do. I'm not sure I'm at the point yet where I want to do that. That is, to be spoiled in that way. I think at the very least it should be possible to get the 5 so-called canon endings, A through E, without being spoiled, or at least so a friendly viewer was telling me last NieR stream. One of them is kind of obvious. That's going to be completing the game as 9S. Which is probably the next thing we're going to do. After that, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. One thing I did find out is that apparently there's an ending Y which is permanently missable. Supposedly. This is just something I happened to read online when I was looking at the different endings. Apparently it is possible to not just be permanently locked out of it. So they say, and it requires, among other things, to max out all weapons and defeat some sort of super boss. Whether that's Emil or not, I don't know. Anyway, so that's where we are. It does mean that I'm going to want to max out all the weapons before we get that much further. So I can see some grinding ahead of us. But yeah, let's get into it. Did I press the wrong thing? I pressed the wrong thing. Brilliant start. Right, chapter select. Ooh, we even get to see the chapter names. Which I suppose isn't that surprising, but still. Huh. That's interesting. Each of the boxes is considered to be a chapter on its own. I'm slightly surprised because none of those were particularly long. I kind of expected the 3 boxes to be 1 chapter. Anyway, we'll go for the tower. Oh, there are sub-chapters. So does that mean I can just... That's interesting. There's a sub-chapter I don't have. I wonder if that is just... Oh, I see. I think that might actually be a heading for 2 sub-chapters. Okay, so that probably is just because I haven't completed it as 9S yet. But this does give me an idea. I could have a quick look Oh, I wouldn't necessarily know if I'm missing anything, would I? I was just thinking we could go through each chapter and see if there's anything missing. But I'd only know if something was missing if it was a subchapter that whose index number is between two index numbers I have. So for example, if I had 061, 062 and 064 here, I'd know that 063 was missing. Oh, I suppose if I didn't have a starting one either, but that seems pretty unlikely. If it just started on 2, for example. I wonder if this is actually how the developers divided the game up. How they storyboarded it when they were designing the game. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Yeah, nothing here that's obviously missing. Aside from the other ending. Okay. So let's jump in here. That's odd. Oh, I see. Normally it would be telling us who would be playing here. But because we can choose who we play in this specific section of the game, that is in-game we can choose. Was that quest progress? That's interesting. Okay, that's something we should definitely explore. But anyway, let me just actually get into this. So yeah, what I was saying is, apparently when you select a chapter, normally it would ask you which character you want to play as, but in this specific instance, the game actually asks you who you want to play as in-game, not at the chapter select, so it prompted us with question mark, question mark, question mark instead.
This tower is a giant cannon that's aimed at the human server on the moon. If we don't do something, all of humanity's remaining data will be destroyed.
So what? None of it matters. Or didn't you know? We aren't required in this world anymore. Humanity is extinct. That moon server you're so worried about was invented to give us androids something to fight for. And Yorha was created to perpetuate the lie. But in order to make sure no one ever learned the truth, we were designed to be killed. They built a back door in the bunker and programmed it to activate after a certain amount of time. The commander, me, 2B, sacrificial lambs. All of us. Isn't that hilarious? Doesn't it make you laugh?
NieR, we...
Shut up! You killed 2B. That's all we need to kill each other.
2B hated to keep killing you. It caused her so much pain. The NieR type is a high-end model. They knew you'd discover the truth eventually. But the model designation 2B was just a cover. The official designation is 2E. Number 2 type E.
What do you mean by official?
They were a special class of members designed to execute Yorha units.
Since all Yorha personnel would have presumably referred to her as 2B.
But you knew that, right, NieR?
Well, I suppose the commander probably knew.
Shut up!
Sounds more like a secret designation than an official one to me,
What
though.
do you know? You don't know anything at all about us!
Proposal. Cease combat. Fighting her at this point would be
Pod
irrational
153. I order you to halt all logical thought and speech. This order shall remain in effect until you confirm the death of either myself or Unit A2.
So, the bad ending. Let's side with 9S here. Are you sure? What happens if I click no? Do I just get to choose again? Yeah. That doesn't lead to anything. Are you sure? Yes. Understood. Ow.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, blimey. She actually has substantial security. Like, considerably more substantial than any other your hard technology we've seen yet. Ow.
9S!
If it doesn't matter.
I wonder if I could get an ending here by deliberately losing. Also, what was that telekinetic hammer? Since when could you do that?
It's how we were made. Androids were designed to protect their human
Oh, it must be a pod program. It must be. There's nothing else it could be. There we go.
Our core programming demands that we...
Shut up! Shut up!
Right, looks like it's going to be about 3 hacks. Ow!
Just destroy it.
She's so quick at changing... Oh dear, that's bad.
It all goes away. That'll solve everything!
She's so quick at changing pod programs. I know theoretically there's no reason you couldn't be quick at it, but... I never really developed that speed in game. So I didn't actually use pod programs all that much. Used it a bit more towards the beginning of the game. When I was more concerned about every little edge that I could get in combat. Oh no. Oh my goodness. This is so difficult. It's not the worst we've had to deal with, but it is up there. Where did you go? Ow! Come back here and let me hack you again. There's probably hacking mini-games I'll never see then, because every single one of these hacks I've just done... Well, the first 2 times I hacked I got the same mini-game, but aside from that, they've all been completely unique and I've never seen them before in the game. I don't know what's up ahead, but whatever it is producing a lot of projectiles. Oh, it's the end, of course. The end sphere. Got ya. Right, that should in theory be 1.
Take care of 9S.
To be...
Oh dear. Well, that's suboptimal. May I say, this has not been the best of all possible endings. Yes, there is more than a little bit of blood, isn't there? Oh, when 9S gave that order to confirm the death of himself or A2, I hope the machine took that to mean a inclusive or, not an exclusive or. Well, since it seems to be doing something now, I assume that is how it interpreted the order. Fatal system error detected. Memory leak verified. Repair impossible. Beginning emergency evacuation of remaining memories. That sounded like more text. Oh. My name is NieR, a newly manufactured scanner model. January 30th, 1194. Sorry, 11,942. I don't know how I managed to muck that up so badly. So I want to add that to the list. So this is effectively NieR's birth. The list of dates, I mean. So I think that's about 3 years before the start of the game. Although we have found evidence that someone has been mucking around with dates and that they can't be entirely relied upon. NieR's manufacture day. Noted. Rolled out at 4:25 AM bunker time. Oh, we even know the precise time. May as well add that. Noted. I will fight for humanity with all my strength. I don't know why I've given him this voice. That's not the voice I had been using for him before. The pleasure is mine, Commander. I lie collapsed in a space of blinding white. The pain is gone. The light envelops me. It's so warm. I was anxious. A soldier from the moment I was born. Thrown into the world alone. Nothing to rely on. No God to believe in. I was alone. Tasked with infiltrating enemy territory to gather intelligence. In the fog. In the flames. Alone. My name's NieR. I'm here to provide support. 2B came off as being rather aloof, cold even. She must have wanted to distance herself from me. I guess she didn't want to become attached to someone she had to kill again and again and again. But Scanners like me mostly work alone, scouting out enemy lines and all that. I don't usually get a partner. It's kind of fun. I was so happy to be with someone. It was like I had a family. My damage worsens. I start to lose my memories. The space fills up with pure white light. It's like being buried in snow. He did describe the memories of being with 2D like pure light, didn't he? When he said goodbye to her in Emil's place of memories. It's a little bit cold. It's a little bit frightening. Will my soul disappear? Notice the text becoming lighter and lighter. A dark fog clouds my vision as it ebbs and flows in its slow, dreamlike way. It gradually takes human shape. It's the red girl. She slowly begins to speak. This tower is a colossal cannon built to destroy the human server. Destroy the server and rob the androids of their very foundation. That was the plan devised by those girls. But they changed their mind. They saw us androids. They saw Adam and Eve. They saw how we lived, considered the meaning of existence, and came to a different conclusion. This tower doesn't fire artillery. It fires an arc containing memories of the foolish machine life forms. An arc that sends those memories to a new world. Perhaps I'll never reach that world. Perhaps I'll simply wander an empty sky for eternity. It's all the same to the girls. For them, time is without end. Adam and Eve are inside the ark. Eve is asleep. Adam holds him in a gentle embrace. He seems to be smiling at me. I try to look up at him, but my body refuses to move. Looks like the damage has spread to my motor functions as well. Will you come with us? Asks Adam. The question was completely free of malice. It seemed I no longer had a reason to hate machines. Maybe I never had a reason in the first place. What have I been fighting for? Who have I been living for? I don't know anymore. I try to speak my mind, but the words don't come out right. My thought routines are losing cohesion. I can't remember my name. I'm mustering all my strength. I force out the words. This could be two different endings again. I'll go with you. I'll go with you. We all have no right to remain in this world. So, I guess we'll have to do this again and see if that final choice makes any difference. Oh, that was Popular and Devola, wasn't it? Childhood's End. D. Interesting. Oh, interesting that they'd list all the Japanese voices first, even though we obviously didn't play the game in Japanese.
Report. All Yorha unit black boxes now confirmed offline. Our mission to oversee the progress of Project Yorha is complete. Proceeding to final stage of project. Commencing
Interesting.
deletion of all data.
Ah. But what about the 4S scanner
153 to pod 042.
and the
Data noise present in stream. Requesting temporary halt to perform data check.
accept the pod's request? Oh, this is another choice that could make a difference. What was I thinking? And there were also two Gilhai units who were drug addicts who survived.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. Data confirmed. Personal data for units 9S, 2B, and A2 appear to be leaking out.
Pod 153 to Pod 042. Follow project rules and delete all personal data.
Pod 042 to Pod 153.
So is the Ark taking all their
Personal
data?
Deletion request denied.
Pod 153 to Pod 042. Failure to parse statement.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. There was data created in my banks as I was referencing the records. I realized something. I have come to the conclusion that I cannot accept this resolution.
The destruction of all Yorha units is an essential component of the project plan. All data must be destroyed.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. Repeat. Personal data deletion request denied. Initiating data salvage. Pod 153. You hoped they would survive as well, didn't you?
We lack the authority for such an action. The rules are protected by low-level systems. Salvaging data poses an unacceptable level of risk. Knowing that, do you still wish for them to survive?
Yes. The end of Yorha. This is new.
The defense program
Ow.
has initiated a purge. If this continues, our consciousness data will likely be deleted.
Pod 042 to Pod 153.
Ah!
We were created
fighting the
to
credits.
execute the android's Project Yorha plan. We had no capacity for emotion. But when we six were connected and exchanged information, something happened. I cannot deny the feeling of something resembling consciousness and emotion being born.
Unable to reply.
Perhaps we now understand that not everything has to have an answer.
Oh my goodness. On the positive side, I have quite a lot of space to move around here, and all the projectiles seem to be destroyable. But my goodness, ow, my goodness me, there's a lot of projectiles. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. I only have one life left. Go away, executive producer. This is really interesting. I like it, but my goodness me. I was not prepared. Oh my goodness. I'm doing it my best. Why couldn't fewer people have worked on this project? I wonder how it's deciding where to place... No! Can Connect to the network. Yes? Give up here. No! Oh, are we starting again? Oh, if we can just start again with partway through, then that makes this not that difficult. I think it would have been fairer if they'd made it such that you didn't have to do the whole everything leading up to this again. That is the fight between 9S and A2, and going through the cinematics and the credit stuff. But that is the initial credit stuff, and the whole scene with Pod 42 refusing orders and stuff. But that they had started this whole boss fight from the beginning. Still, that's not what they did. I do wonder if I missed out an achievement there, though, not getting it first time. It's so long though. My goodness me. To be fair, maybe it's because of the length of the credits that they decided to let you have as many retries as you wanted. I wonder what the connecting to network stuff was about though. Woohoo! Nearly got hit there. Ah! Ow. Another point of damage. I was a goner there for a second. No. Message received. Do you accept defeat? No. Boudica, I'm sure you can handle this, and then I missed what the rest of that was saying. It's the dark red circles I have to be really careful about, because they're not destroyed by my own fire. Unlike the orange ones. Square Enix Co. Limited. That was the publisher, so we're probably towards the end of this list of companies, which is probably the end of the credits. This is Division 6. I'm sure they know what they're doing, but I would like to know why they need at least 6 business divisions. Oh, I suppose it's part of that's the 6th division of the company Square Enix, not the 6th division working on this game. Darn. Is it all pointless? No. Boudica, I'm sure you can handle this. One thing is certain, the whole world is rooting. Senatetta, I did my best. One thing is certain, I'm rooting for you. China. I saw this through to the end. One thing is certain, take your time remembering. Of course, Square Enix, the final boss. Yeah, it makes perfect sense why a company the size of Square Enix would have at least 6 business divisions. Oh my goodness. Do you think games are silly little things? No. Oh, there were more voices there that time, in the background. Right, go down before you spawn anything out. Well, that was a bad start. We took 2 hits right off the bat. Do you admit there is no meaning to this world? I like A2, one thing is certain, get wild like 2B, China. The bullets rain down without pause. Even so, never surrender, China, etc. Oh, and some of them said Japan, some of them said France, so that must be the country of origin of the commenter, I guess? Give up here. No! Rescue offer received from Boudica, Mossy the cat. Accept offer? No! Me again. No, I do not accept defeat. Rescue offer received from UYTJ. Yow, do you accept the offer? No! I'm going to do this. What's going on? That's not normal. That's flashing's really not helping. No, it's not pointless. I do not accept the rescue offer. I've got a feeling we're going to be here a while. Good, the flashing stopped at least. I need to pay attention when I get these prompts so I don't accidentally misclick. That would be so easy to do. I do not accept the offer of help. No. I do hope that this is the last phase of this section. Because it's already this is already taking me to my limit. Thought they had me there. No! Interesting song that it's got one Japanese vocal on one English vocal. You must be exhausted. In particular, I feel a finger cramp coming on. I will not give up. It was hard for me as well, but I wonder if the position of all of these circles is actually predetermined, or if it is actually random and or responding to the player. Because if it's predetermined, then when they offer you help, they could actually play back the gameplay of someone that already passed it. It would also mean that someone like a speedrunner could in theory just learn the pattern. Oh, no worries, Jenny. I hope you have a good shift. The game crashed. Okay, guess we're restarting. Guess I'll have to redo all that. That's a shame. Oh well. I'm pretty sure we did have a few other crashes of NieR, didn't we? But I think this was the first one in a long time. I wonder what causes it. Right, let's go back. So it should be the tower, the end. So we're redoing all of this.
This tower is a giant cannon that's aimed at the human server on the moon. If we don't do something, all of humanity's remaining data will be destroyed.
So what? None of it matters. Or didn't you know? We aren't required in this world anymore. Humanity is extinct. That moon server you're so worried about was invented to give us androids something to fight for. And Yorha was created to perpetuate the lie. But in order to make sure no one ever learned the truth, we were designed to be killed. They built a back door in the bunker and programmed it to activate after a certain amount of time. The commander, me, to be sacrificial lambs. All of us. Isn't that hilarious? Doesn't it make you laugh?
NieR, we...
Shut up!
You killed 2B. That's all we need to kill each other.
2B hated to keep killing you. It caused her so much pain. The 9S type is a high-end model. They knew you'd discover the truth eventually. But the model designation 2B was just a cover. The official designation is 2E. Number 2 type E. They were a special class of members designed to execute Yorha units. But you knew that, right, 9S?
Shut up! Shut up! What do you know? You don't know anything at all about us!
Proposal. Cease combat. Fighting her at this point would be
Pod
irrational
153. I order you to halt all logical thought and speech. This order shall remain in effect until you confirm the death of either myself or Unit A2.
How could you confirm it without logical thought? Right, 9S? Yes. Oh, this is the same first hack as before. Maybe for this boss fight specifically, there's 3 specific... Oh darn. 3 specific hacks you need to overcome in the same order.
It doesn't matter! None of this matters!
9S!
That went a bit better.
It doesn't matter. Why do I long for humans like this?
You say, why do I long for humans like this? Ow.
Why do I desire the touch of something that no longer exists?
It's
Yes.
how we were made. And
There's some interesting dialogue that I think I missed the first time because I was concentrating too much, and I'm missing this time because I'm getting the hacks done too quickly.
our co-
I don't know if it was deliberate, but I like the way they handled the cutting off of her speech there.
of 9S. 2B.
Ooh. In terms of the choreography there, that was interestingly ambiguous. I think they deliberately staged that to make it not at all clear whether she deliberately impaled him or not, or if he just effectively fell on her sword. Fatal system error detected. Memory leak verified. Repair impossible. Beginning emergency evacuation of remaining memories. My name is NieR, a newly manufactured scanner model. January 30th, 11,942. Rolled out at 4:25 AM bunker time. I will fight for humanity with all my strength. The pleasure is mine, Commander. I lie collapsed in a space of blinding white. The pain is gone. The light envelops me. It's so warm. I was anxious. A soldier from the moment I was born, thrown into the world alone. Nothing to rely on. No God to believe in. I was alone. Task of infiltrating enemy territory to gather intelligence. In the fog, in the flames, alone. My name's NieR. I'm here to provide support. 2B came off as being rather aloof, cold even. She must have wanted to distance herself from me. I guess she didn't want to be attached to someone she had to kill again and again and again. But Scanners like me mostly work alone, scouting out enemy lines and all that. I don't usually get a partner. It's kind of fun. I was so happy to be with someone. It was like I had a family. My damage worsens. I start to lose my memories. The space fills up with pure white light. It's like being buried in snow. It's a little bit cold. It's a little bit frightening. Will my soul disappear? A dark fog clouds my vision. As it ebbs and flows in its slow, dreamlike way, it gradually takes human shape. It's the red girl. She slowly begins to speak. This tower is a colossal cannon built to destroy the human server. Destroy the server and rob the androids of their very foundation. That was the plan devised by those girls. But they changed their mind. They saw us androids. They saw Adam and Eve. They saw how we lived, considered the meaning of existence, and came to a different conclusion. This tower doesn't fire artillery. It fires an arc containing members of the foolish machine life forms. An arc that sends those members to a new world. Perhaps they'll never reach that world. Perhaps they'll simply wander an empty sky for eternity. It's all the same to the girls. For them, time is without end. Adam and Eve are in the ark. Eve is asleep. Adam holds him in a gentle embrace. He seems to be smiling at me. I try to look up at him, but my body refuses to move. Looks like the damage has spread to my motor functions as well. Will you come with us? Asked Adam. The question was completely free of malice. It seemed I no longer had a reason to hate machines. Maybe I never had a reason in the first place. What have I been fighting for? Who have I been living for? I don't know anymore. I try to speak my mind, but the words don't come out right. My thought routines are losing cohesion. I can't remember my name. I'm mastering all my strength. I force out the words. I'll go with you. We Yorha have no right to remain in this world. When I first saw this credit sequence, I knew that something was up because I couldn't skip it like you usually can. But at first I wasn't sure what the problem was. Whether it could be that my controller had disconnected or something.
Report. All Yorha unit black boxes now confirmed offline. Our mission to oversee the progress of Project Yorha is complete. Proceeding to final stage of project. Commencing deletion of all data. Pod 153 to Pod 042. Data noise present in stream. Requesting temporary halt to perform data check.
Accept the pod's request? Yes.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. Data confirmed. Personal data for units 9S, 2B, and A2 appear to be leaking out.
Pod 153 to Pod 042. Follow project rules and delete all personal data.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. Personal data deletion request denied.
Pod 153 to Pod 042. Failure to parse statement.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. There was data created in my banks as I was referencing the records. I realized something. I have come to the conclusion that I cannot accept this resolution.
The destruction of all Yorha units is an essential component of the project plan. All data must be destroyed.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. Repeat. Personal data deletion request denied. Initiating data salvage. Pod 153. You hoped they would survive as well, didn't you?
We lack the authority for such an action. The rules are protected by low-level systems. Salvaging data poses an unacceptable level of risk.
Oh, and that hence the
Knowing that,
credit hacking
do you
game.
still wish for them to survive?
When they say it poses an unacceptable level of risk, they mean it's really difficult. Yes. So I wonder if the E there indicates that this is ending E, and we've already seen ending D.
The defense program has initiated a purge. If this continues, our consciousness data will likely be deleted.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. We were created to execute the android's Project Yorha plan. We had no capacity for emotion. But when we six were connected and exchanged information,
6.
something happened.
You mean the
I
A
cannot deny the feeling of something resembling consciousness and emotion being
through
born.
C
Unable to
for each of those
reply.
pods?
Perhaps we now understand that not everything has to have an answer.
Oh, I like the music. It's the same motif we've heard over and over again, but played in quite a different style. Now, don't get your hopes up, Hatsune Tiramisu. I got stuck right on the end of this sequence before. It was during the Square Enix portion, that's as far as I got, and then the game crashed. So, it may be some time before I actually get to the end of this. Still, it's lovely to see you. How have you been? I wonder if the pods are working contrary to the machines at this point, because the machines, I assume, were trying to put the three of them onto the Ark, whereas the pods were trying to delete them, then decided to salvage them. What I'm getting at is this salvage process working with this plan to get them onto the Ark, or because the pods would be unaware of it, that the machines are trying to put them onto an Ark? Could it be that this process is contrary to putting them onto the Ark? Oh, wonderful news. Glad to hear it. What will you be streaming? If you don't mind my asking. Oh, you're playing Uncharted. I've never actually played any of the games in the Uncharted series. I vaguely know they're action adventures about treasure hunting. But I don't know how they play as action adventures. I mean, I suppose they're probably quite old now, or at least the early ones are, but I tend to think of them as being quite late for adventure games, and they probably have different mechanics. No, we're not giving up. Oh, this is a ways back. I must have been near the end of this section when I perished. Still, how have you been finding the Uncharted games? Well, you've only told me you've played one of them. But, how are you finding it? If you don't mind my asking, that is. Right, we're thoroughly into the list of companies section of the credits now, aren't we? Which well, as far as we got was Square Enix, which I assume is the last company on the list, but I don't know. The series was fun, but clunky in spots, but I intend to do the whole series, including the Vista one if I can find it. The Vista one, do you mean, is there a game which is Uncharted Vista, or is this Windows Vista? No, on the Vista handheld that Sony made. Vista handheld? Are you thinking of the PlayStation Vita? Oh, right. My goodness, this is getting intense. Yeah, I understand the Vita's pretty good, as was the PSP before it. Ah, they got me again. Message received. Do you accept defeat? No. Okay, this is not very far back at all. We must have just reached a checkpoint before we perished there. And this isn't even the hard bit. This is the hard bit. As soon as Square Enix comes in here, look at the amount of projectiles they're spawning in. I just cannot deal with it. Business Division 6. No, it isn't. Wait till the chorus comes in. Don't. I just can't do this bit. I am gonna keep trying until I actually get it done, but... but I am struggling. No thank you, I don't require rescuing. So yeah, I would anticipate probably half an hour more of this or so. Rescuing gives you infinite lives. Oh right. I'm determined to do it though, even if it takes me a very long time. Oh wow, they spawned in so much that my bullets aren't even getting over there. They actually made it impossible to do without help. Are you sure? I could believe it. It wouldn't actually be that hard to guarantee that, algorithmically. But I would like to know if that's true. I've gone through multiple times. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Rescue offer received from Saniteta Veigust. Accept? Yes. Well, this makes it easier, doesn't it? Thank you for telling me that. I would have been here a very long time otherwise. Ah, I don't... It looks like I have replenishing lives as opposed to infinite lives. I think if I took enough damage in a short enough space of time, I probably would perish. There was Square Enix again. This was Square Enix Inc. So presumably that's the American division. Oh dear, their data has been lost. See, the game's still trying to make me feel guilty even now. In a credit sequence. There's Square Enix Limited. That must be the UK division, I guess? Special thanks. Co-Limited. President and CEO. Well, hey!
Everything that lives is designed to end. They are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death. However, life is all about the struggle within this cycle. That is what we believe. Pod 153 to Pod 042. How is it going?
I am embarrassed.
Why is that?
I launched a suicide attack, and yet, here I am, still alive. I must look very silly.
Do not feel bad about it. We are alive, after all. And being alive is pretty much a constant stream of embarrassment.
That concept is a bit too abstract for me to understand at this time. I will save it in my list of things to analyze later.
Question, Pod 042. Did the data salvage restore all of their past memories?
Yes.
And are those recovered parts of the same design as previous ones?
Yes.
Then, won't that simply lead us to the same conclusion as before?
I cannot deny the possibility. However, the possibility of a different future also exists. A future is not given to you. It is something you must take for yourself.
Interesting. Achieve 9S's ending. View the final credits.
Please respond to this query. Do you, faithful player, have anything you would like to say to other players who are suffering because they cannot finish NieR Automata?
Yes. But again, I don't get to pick what I like. Well, I mean, I do, but only within very in a very constrained manner. What is this order? Is this like ordered alphabetically by the name of each nation in its in their official language, but then translated into English or something? Because I couldn't find any real rhyme or reason to that. Why are so many of these about myself? Wait, tomorrow's Monday? There's a lot of choices here. I'm trying to find something that actually hints at accepting help. I like 2B, I like 9S, I like A2, I like Emil. I'm a Popular fan, I'm a Devola fan. Proposal. None of these really work after proposal, do they? Proposal. Just remember. Again, I'm looking for something that implies asking for help. You're worthless. That seems unnecessary. I hate Platinum games. Become the wind like Emil. Get wild like 2B. I want to help you. Can I pick something better than just remember? Instead, proposal. Instead, I want to help you. Proposal. Namely, I want to help you. Proposal. So then, let me... no. Proposal. So then, I want to help you. Proposal. As an alternative, I want to help you. But an alternative implies that it's in addition to another way of doing things. So it implies that the other way of doing things would also work. And we're under the impression that you do need to ask for help. There's no alternative. By the way, I want to help you. Proposal. Basically, I want to help you. Is that the best we can do? Proposal. Don't make excuses. I want to help you. That's probably the best we can do. Yeah, that probably is the best we can do.
Pod 042 to player. Please respond to this query. You, faithful player of this title, have lost your life multiple times to make it this far. You have faced crushing hardship and suffered greatly for it. Do you have any interest in helping the weak?
Yes. So I was writing some notes.
Selecting this option enables you to save someone somewhere in the world. However, in exchange, you will lose all of your save data. Do you still wish to rescue someone, a total stranger, in spite of this?
It would mean I'd have to start the game from the beginning again. I may regret this. So if it does delete my save data, it probably wouldn't take me that long to complete the game once. Completing it twice might take a while. Could I complete the game that much faster now? Knowing what I do now? I don't know. Well, I'd know exactly what I'm doing and I wouldn't have to experiment so much. Probably means that I wouldn't end up doing a completionist run though, because of the amount of time it would take. I don't know, because I could have a guide with me for all the endings as I play through the game. Let's say yes.
The person you save will be selected at random. As a result, this person, who cries out for help even as we speak, may be someone you intensely dislike. Do you
Doesn't
still
matter.
wish to help? You worked so hard to unlock debug mode and chapter select, but they will no longer be available to you. Do you still wish to help? You may not receive thanks for your efforts. Some may say that your efforts are purely for show. Do you still wish to help? And you are truly, truly sure about this?
I think it's actually going to do it, isn't it?
Very well. In exchange for all of your data, I will convey your will to this world.
No, my hard work.
of your data has been deleted.
And so, we must say goodbye. I feel a slight amount of sadness.
It is time for the final words.
Affirmative.
To all of you who spent time with this game, thank you. Thank you for playing.
Save complete. It really has deleted everything, hasn't it? Yep, everything's gone. Oh wait, am I gonna have to reset my controls? I think I will.
Everything that lives is designed to end. We are perpetually trapped.
Well, this will be
in a
interesting to
never-ending
see how I get
spiral of
on
life and death.
now, having completed the game.
Is this a curse? Or some kind of punishment? I often think about the god who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle.
But starting
And
again
wonder if we'll
completely from the
ever have a
beginning with
chance
none
to
of the
kill him.
advantages in-game of having played the game before.
This is Command. Yorha Squadron, come in.
2B here. All units have penetrated the stratosphere. Autopilot systems green across the board.
This is Operator 60. All units confirmed.
We've passed the 50-kilometer threshold and are proceeding toward the target.
Understood. Once you reach their anti-air defenses, proceed to manual attack formation. Then destroy the Goliath-class unit by any means necessary, and gather what data you can.
Understood.
Ah!
12H down. All units activate manual mode and rely on visuals to evade.
Already engaged. Free movement unlocked.
Origin point of long-range lasers confirmed.
Ah!
11B, down. Our HO229 cancelers are ineffective.
Alert. Enemy unit sighted ahead.
Requesting permission to engage.
Permission granted.
E down. One D down. Assuming captain's duty.
Oh, I wonder if all the B-class androids were actually E's,
Multiple surrounding
or if it
enemy
was
air
just
units
2B
confirmed.
specifically.
Requesting permission to assume mobile configuration.
Permission
If she was
granted.
different to the others, that might explain why she survived here when the others don't. Yep, confirmed, we're level 1 again.
Captain, I think...
4B down. B to Operator 6-0. All allied units down. The operation is compromised. Awaiting further orders.
Operator to 2B, we need you to rendezvous with Unit 9S and begin gathering data on the local terrain.
Understood.
out. I think we would have passed that on hard mode had I done it. I think you can take one hit but no more. Not that I would have wanted to do the whole game on hard mode. But of course it was trying to do the opening scene on hard mode that I originally really struggled with and couldn't do. Oh, I feel so slow and clunky. Where have they gone? There should be someone else spawned in. Oh, now they've spawned in. Oh, do my melee attacks also take out projectile attacks? Okay. Good, 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 good. Oops. I used the, I fired instead of dodging, evading.
Enemies destroyed.
Not quite. Is that our target?
Negative. This enemy is unrelated. Proposal. Dispatch it as swiftly as possible.
You don't say.
Ow.
Laser communications recovered.
Yubi, I'm transmitting your pod program.
Downloading pod program.
Program download complete.
So now I can use the big laser when I couldn't before. Also, why did I not evade there? Guess my timing must have been off. Got ya.
Better make sure he's actually dead next time. That was dangerous, man.
So at this point, 2B has
You're
met him many
2B,
times
right?
before, but
My name's
9S doesn't remember.
I'm here to provide support.
Copy that.
So, was that big old buzzsaw the Goliath you came here to take out?
No, just another defensive system.
Oh. Well, I guess we have to find the target then, huh? I've got a flight unit, so I'll take a look around the perimeter.
All right, I'll work my way inside from the ground.
Oh, right. That wasn't a mechanic that we... Oops. That wasn't a mechanic we didn't see used very much in the game, did we? Starting again? Why are you starting again? Well, my save data's gone. I completed the boss fight as 9S to see that ending. I ended up going to this like hacking mini game through the credits, and then at the end of all that I was ultimately asked if I wanted to help somebody at the expense of using my save data, so I said yes, and they did actually delete my save data, so we're starting again. I don't have a choice. Oh, you, Entor. You could use the save game from someone else. Wow, I don't think I will. I'm kind of curious to see how well I'll actually do now, though. Because this game obviously does have, ignoring the deletion of saved games, it does have permanent progression. So I haven't actually played the game at this lower level
Do it.
for a very long time, and it'll be interesting to see how much better or worse I do. Worse would be surprising, I suppose, but not impossible. I certainly feel like I'm doing much better right now than I did the first time round. I'm also thinking I might hold off on the side quests this time, since I've, already done most of them. It makes more sense to wait till I'm higher level and can do them easily.
Exit confirmed closed.
So open it.
Negative. Nearby enemies are jamming our signal.
Nothing's ever
Wow.
easy.
Oh, there you are, you're above me. I could see them on the mini-map, but not in front of me. I think the only recommendation I have is that you better install plus drop chips. Plus drop chips, interesting. Obviously I don't have any yet. It might actually be worth also grabbing XP plus chips. When I was first playing the game, I didn't rate them very much because even quite a high level of XP plus doesn't actually get you that much more XP. If I'm starting again from the very beginning, it probably would actually be worth it. You don't really need combat chips on normal since it's really not that hard.
You know, ma'am?
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here.
Why?
Scanners like me mostly work alone. Scouting out enemy lines and all that. I don't usually get a partner. It's kind of fun.
I'm
Emotions
against
are
XP
prohibited.
chips because leveling is easy.
Sorry, ma'am.
And another thing, stop calling me
Well, you
names.
say that, but what level
It's
did I get to?
All right, then.
Was it like level
be it is.
60 something? 65 maybe? Isn't there another one? Yeah, I thought there was another one. Come here. The question is, what level do you need? Well, I'd like to... I don't know if I'll ever do this, but I'd like to 100% the game if I could, or at least, do all the main content, all the quests, all the endings, what have you. Unless it turns out there's like an ending which is just obnoxiously difficult. That would... I'd make an exception then. So I imagine I'd need to get to level 99. And the answer is not much, since speedrunners finish very low level. Well, you did the main content. That is ending A through E. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I think I was credited with all those endings, but I felt like that only makes sense if I got 2 endings in my last... today. Like, I finished the game as 9E, so 9S I should say. I finished the game as 9S, and then I think I was awarded ending D, but then I transitioned into being awarded E, and I don't... I don't know if I missed something there. Like, if I hadn't done the whole credit stuff, would there have been an extra cutscene that I didn't see? Yes,
This place
no.
sure is big.
I guess humans used to use it as a weapons factory, but now it's just crawling with machines. The enemy seems to have
You either do
repurposed
ending
the
C or
facility
D.
to increase their overall machine production.
Maybe I didn't see all
So
the
if we don't
endings then.
destroy it, they'll just keep coming.
Why was that small recovery used? Because I didn't trigger that. I'm not complaining, that is exactly the time when I'd want that small recovery to be used. But I didn't do it. Oh my goodness. Hold up, I'll read your comment in a second, I'm a bit distracted. Got him. You do either ending C or D, and then you do the other ending, and that triggers the hacking to ending E. You have a chip that uses a heal potion when you're low. Do I? Already? What have I got? OS chip, various HUD stuff. Oh, I do. I start with that? I'm not complaining, I didn't realise. Huh. Which reminds me, while I'm here... Oh, it has remembered my custom control layout. Okay, that's good. Yes, it's standard issue.
What?
It's just accessing random, nonsensical data from the old world. There's no actual meaning behind anything machines do.
See, that's an example of 9S being very dismissive and 2B not being. I think we were discussing this a few streams ago. I always got the impression that 2B was the more open-minded of the two. The thing is, if you want to level, you can do it after the main quest very fast. Tell me more. When you say the main quest, do you mean first time or second or second time? As in like finishing it as 2B or finishing it in the 9S A2 playthrough. Ow! By killing the bunny. Like ending E. I'll probably still pick up a cheap XP boost if I can get one. I think you're right, drops takes priority. But I don't see any reason not to let myself level a bit more quickly. Where am I going from here? Over here. I remember the first time I went into this room, I actually found the bulletproof enemies. I wouldn't say challenging, but a significant worry. I was reliant on using bullets so much. Now I'm just not. It's not that desperately needed, but many guides recommend it. You mean the XP boost? Or the drop boost? Ow! Drop, I see. Yeah, that does make sense. I did read that there was... So I didn't want to spoil myself with all the endings too much, but I did some looking up online, and I read that there's apparently an ending Y that you can permanently miss if you don't do the right things. And apparently it requires you to have all weapons fully upgraded and defeat some sort of super boss. So not a priority right now, but that is another one that I'm going to have to think about, making sure that I'm in a position... after I've recompleted the game to upgrade all my weapons. Yes, that is a thing then.
Maybe I don't know.
I'm more of a
somewhere?
movement speed advocate since you'll be running around a lot. Yeah, but I'm not actually that good at the game, and I feel like a few extra levels would go a long way for me.
More plants and animals here than there used to be.
Especially since if I'm not side questing this time, there is a danger that I will end up under-leveled for some content. I haven't seen this in a long time. This whole area before all the destruction. So right over there is of course normally where we'd be going. What prevents me from getting there? Does a cutscene trigger before I can move around that way? No, there's just like stuff in the way, scaffolding. Interesting. The difficulty spike is after ending B.
Across that bridge. It's a bit of a hike, but should we check it out?
Which one was ending B? Was that when you complete the game as 2B?
Get a location wrong. I guess even they get bad intel from time to time, huh?
I wouldn't bet on that.
Right, let's see if I can actually do this boss fight. Oh no, this isn't even the boss fight, is it? This is like a mini boss fight before the boss fight. And if you rush, you're level 30 to 35 to 39. Yeah, I think I'm gonna want an XP boost if I can get one.
Doesn't matter. I'll just take him out.
Imagine being schooled by a level 3 enemy. Wait, I have my pod program, don't I? Ow. That didn't do a lot. It's after the 9S playthrough. There's a difficulty spike after the 9S playthrough. Oh, I guess I never saw that. Do I have one health bar or two? It's one, isn't it? I think they're technically the same enemy. Oh, I just realised I could probably find out what that says based on that chart we put together. Unfortunately, I'm a little occupied. Where's that little chart I put together? There it is. Right. So, I believe that's... believe it ends in an S. There's the second letter's an A. M-A something S. Oh, I didn't see quickly enough. I don't think we know what the other character is. So that's the best I can do right now. You side quested a lot, but being 10 levels lower is very noticeable. Oh no, I think I got the final letter wrong there. It was X on the end. M-A something X.
Is that?
Target enemy detected.
It's possible I got that wrong. It wasn't the ideal circumstances under which to look it up. Hello, Angles. Does that say Angles by any chance? I think it does. Are there any letters in Angles that we don't know? We don't know what N looks like. Well, now we do. We don't know what L looks like. Now we do. All of them are called Angles. Yeah, but I was thinking about the alien text. I'm pretty sure that does actually say Angles. Well, I say text. The alien typeface. Oh, I was expecting a little more. Oh, is that head immune to damage or something? I think it might be. No?
To me!
What's your status?
This is the target. I'm going to destroy.
Right. I'll provide support.
Incoming enemy attack from below. Proposal. Evade.
Well, I'll do my best. Ow. Oh, that's how this bridge got destroyed. I'd completely forgotten about that. Didn't get me that time, did you?
Hacking in.
Boost!
9S! "9S!"
9S black box signal detected. No response to communications.
I'm going after him. Send a support request to command.
Negative. Communications have been jammed.
Where to from here? Oh, up the ladder. Level 4. Well, hey.
I have to help 9S. I have to repair him. Pod, get me staunching gel and logic virus vaccines. Then access the...
Inadvisable. The subject's vital signs are too poor to attempt field repair in
Shut up!
current...
Just do what I say!
So does she feel really protective over him specifically because she has to keep killing him? I wonder if that's the implication.
We're soldiers. We take pride in our service.
HO-229 Flight Unit. Command 677 received. Usage rights transferred from 9S to 2B. Requesting acknowledgement.
Please.
All right.
control on the enemy's upper arm. Use your pod. Should be able to take it over.
I told you to shut up!
A level 6 Goliath class enemy. Seems almost contradictory, doesn't it?
Control of upper arm. Seized from enemy unit. Marking weak point. Got it.
Ow!
Seize its control system.
Affirmative. Infiltrating enemy subunit. Behavior table adjusted. Balance controls overridden. Enemy unit subjugation complete.
I don't use this thing. That's how I do it. Well, I'd say that went a little better than the first time I did this.
You just die already!
How did you end up over there? NieR.
Bringing
You were
the
on
battle
top
to
of
them.
Engels a moment ago, weren't
Not
you?
to be.
Did you fall
Contact
down?
command. Request assistance.
No. It doesn't look like that's going to be necessary.
Oh, great.
I don't imagine that this is going to end well. The black box. It's ready.
Right.
So, are we to understand that the black boxes contain their consciousness and it's based on machine technology? I think that is right.
Destruction of enemy hostiles via black box reaction.
Request accepted.
Doobie, it was an honor to fight with you. Truly.
The honor was mine.
Well, in a way, that's a much better ending for them than the actual ending. Poor tortured 9S.
So, mission complete and all that, huh? The Goliaths were wiped out, and we secured a route into enemy territory. Now we can...
9S,
Yeah?
thank you for uploading my data to the bunker.
I did that? Sorry, I don't remember. There wasn't a whole lot of bandwidth down there, you know? I probably only had enough time to back up your memories. Mine are only intact up to the point just before we rendezvoused.
I see.
Glory to mankind.
Glory to mankind.
And that That tightening of her fist again, that's supposed to be an indicator of her feelings that only makes sense if you've already completed the game. This game uses online functionality for its message sharing features. Connect to the network. This can be changed from the system menu at any time. Yes. Save your current progress. Yes. Oh, I actually missed out an ending there. One of the endings is dying right at the start in the initial dogfight in the skies, and I actually didn't do that this time.
The year mankind's glorious history came to a sudden and abrupt end, when the world was invaded by aliens from beyond the stars. The aliens unleashed a new breed of weapon, machine life forms, that all but annihilated human civilization. The handful of survivors that remained fled from Earth, seeking refuge on the moon. 5204 AD. Humanity launched its counterattack, deploying an army of androids from a network of orbiting bases. But after more than a dozen large-scale descents upon the enemy, we still haven't managed to repel the invaders.
Right, my dates were off then. What was it? 512? The initial attack.
To break this stalemate, once and for all. You are our ultimate weapon, and you must put an end to this war.
I was off by
Understood,
almost
sir.
200 years.
I wish you good hunting.
Glory to mankind. Glory to mankind.
Glory to mankind.
So the commander knows that that isn't a real person isn't a human she's speaking to, but the rest presumably don't. 2B, can you hear me? I'm starting your Mr. Bit. First you'll want to Mr. Bit. Okay, let's get started. We'll go through each adjustment in order. Let's start by getting the brightness set. Adjust until only the right icon is visible. That's about there. I think you can just barely make out the outline of something on the left there, but it's not very visible. We'll go with that. Okay, how does this look? Okay. Roger that. Oh, I should probably let you know that this entire process is being recorded for posterity. Now let's take a look at your voice recognition settings. Seems your voice recognition is set to mute, which isn't going to work. I'm going to call out to you now. Make sure you can hear my voice.
Ma'am? Are you there? Alright, are we good now?
I'm fine, NieR. There's something calming about your voice.
Oh, thank you. Anyway, that takes care of the settings. Hold on. Your self-destruct permissions are missing. Wait a sec, we need to restore those. I could set it for you, but you should probably do it yourself. Regulations and all, you know? Huh? Wait, no, you need to leave that turned on. Yeah, you can't really do that. It needs to be turned on except in very specific cases. I'm afraid I can't leave this as is, ma'am. Please give your permission. Okay, good. If things go wrong during an op, you may have to sacrifice yourself in order to finish it, so... Once you're finished making adjustments, you can go ahead and close this out. I know no one likes the idea of self-destructing, but that's what regulations call for. Still, I'll keep it a secret from the commander.
I wish this actually had some sort of consequence. Because I did that before, and it didn't seem to affect the game at all.
NieR.
The commander's put me in charge of your maintenance, ma'am. That means I'll be performing regular checks on you from now on.
I see.
Oh, don't worry. We 9S models are the best around, you know. Though I suppose we're not exactly known for our modesty.
9S.
Hmm? What is it, ma'am?
Stop calling me ma'am.
Huh?
There's no need to be so formal.
Alright. If you say so.
Again, I wonder if
I
that's an
almost forgot.
indicator that they
The
actually have a
commander was
long
calling
history
for you.
together, but
We better
9S
go
can't
see what's up,
remember it.
Or 2B.
I'd like some small recoveries. Actually, I'd like quite a few small recoveries. We'll start with 25. Do you have anything here I'd be interested in? Like a drop plus? No. Oh well, let's keep going.
You need to be near an access point to save your data. You can see access points on the close range map. Be sure to save often.
This message is intended for the verification of your mail account. Members who encounter problems with the mailing system should contact their supervisors as soon as possible. IT Operations Lead Server Engineer.
Ah, 2B. Maintenance
Commander?
finished? Yes, Commander. You detonated your black box in order to defeat the enemy. Bold, but risky. Try not to be so reckless next time. Understood. I know you're fresh out of maintenance, but I have another mission for you. I need you to head to the surface, rendezvous with the Resistance, and do some recon.
Doesn't Yorha have a dedicated resistance contact already?
We haven't been able to get in touch with them, so we'll need you to look into that
Did we
as
ever
well.
find out who that was?
Understood.
Maybe? No, I get the feeling A2 probably rebelled earlier than this. Ooh, that's a nice boost to our starting funds.
The surface? That means we'll be getting flight units, huh? Better head for the hangar. Usually we can't get near flight units. They're way too expensive for us grunts. Too bad they can't mass produce these things yet. The hangar's up ahead. Let's go.
Let's go!
Hey, 2B, why do you think they sent a combat model like you to a recon job? If all they want is intel, we scanner models are built for that kind of thing.
Orders are orders.
Alright, alright.
You're going to have some new weaponry installed from here on out.
Well,
I'll put
hey.
up instructions for you. Make sure to commit them to memory.
Roger.
Out. Level 5.
Bunker to 2B, come in. I've set a landing point for your flight units. You'll be touching down quite a ways from the resistance camp, unfortunately. Sorry for the trouble, but we can't risk the enemy discovering their position.
Understood.
Good luck down there.
Thank you. That's funny, didn't there used to be a locked chest around here? Oh. Yes. Yes, there was.
Target location acquired. Marking on map. Proposal. Proceed to target location.
Yes, I know what a mini-map is.
Hey, 2B!
Yes? Oh, those meese are actually dangerous, aren't they? At this point in the game.
According to our intel, none of the machines in this area are hostile. We've been seeing more and more enemies like this lately. They just stand there and stare into space. It's pretty weird.
So, since you got ending A.
So this is the resistance camp, huh? We should probably go talk to their leader first thing.
Have you got all the answers to your questions? No. I know they talked a bit about the two girls in red, but they didn't actually that they seem to imply that they were ultimately behind the machine initiative, above even Adam and Eve, but they didn't really go into any more detail than that.
You're number 2.
You know about 2B?
Yes, well, the bunker told me to
Oh,
expect
you're
you.
number 2.
My name is Anemone. I'm the leader of the android resistance that controls most of this territory. You must be the new scouts we heard about.
That's a
Well,
reference to
I'm
A2,
sure my people
obviously.
will have plenty of information for you. Please feel free to ask them anything you like.
Welcome, welcome. It's always nice to have new customers. You some kind of supply trader for the Resistance? You know it. Every item here is handcrafted from abandoned parts and stuff plundered from enemy corpses. So then, to business. What can I get you? Ah, he doesn't have any upgrades. Okay. Well, I'll grab some more small recoverers while I'm here. Do you sell plug-in chips? You mean those little doodads that serve as power-ups for your body? Afraid not. I'd love to sell plug-in chips, but I don't have the necessary raw materials. Now, if I happen to get those raw materials, I bet we could do business. But until then... Say, now there's an idea. What if you got the materials for me? I've got this bum leg, see? Can't really get around myself. Can't you just repair your own leg? You work in the supply trade after all. If only. Unfortunately, all of our parts are dedicated to the war effort. Can't spare any for myself. Personally, I'm hoping you'll wipe out those machines so I can start dancing again. But until then, we'll look for what I need. Agree to help. Alright. Ah, thanks a million. Okay, so I need 1 broken key, 1 small gear and 1 broken circuit. You can smash up a few small machines to find them. You can obtain them from enemies at the big open area towards the left when you exit the camp. I won't be doing that right now, but noted. Actually, maybe I should. So I can get... No, it's fine. I'm not that desperate for upgrades. Oh, you must be with Yorha. I heard what happened. I deal in weapons if you're interested in that type of thing. What kind of weapons? Basically, I rebuild and repair relics from the old world. Although, to be honest, my tools are in pretty sad shape at the moment. But if I can get the servicing devices in that toolbox up and running, I could start fixing and selling weapons again. Take a look at it, will you? That looks busted, alright. You know it, and as I bet you can tell, I'm no good at that sort of thing. That sort of delicate repair. Help him out. You mean it? That'd be a huge help. Looks like the servicing device shorted out. Must have put too much load on it. I'm thinking 4 complex gadgets will be enough to fix it. Any idea where I'd find complex gadgets? Folks say you can find them over in the city ruins, though I also hear the place is crawling with incredibly aggressive machines. Hey, you're with Yoha, right? My mask? It's an electromagnetic wave shielding device. I wear it to limit unnecessary information from the world. Just kidding. So what do you want? Are you worried about something or whatever? I'm good. It was fun talking with you. Come back anytime. What now?
Map data obtained from bunker. Data may be displayed from the system menu.
Map data, huh? It's hard to get an accurate picture from this. Our satellite resolution isn't so hot. Hopefully they deploy some new satellites soon.
A general idea is good enough.
You don't let anything get in your way, do you?
What are we doing now? Gain intel from resistance camp. Right, but specifically what? Oh, do I have to do these quests now? No, maybe it updates when I leave the resistance camp. No. Gain intel from resistance camp members. I thought I'd spoke to everyone I was asked to speak to. I don't see anyone else on the map. No one over here? Nope. Speak to Anemone again? I expect you'll be dealing a lot with the weapons trade and the supply traders, so why don't you say hi? Also, there's the girl near the entrance wearing the head of a machine life form. She's a bit of an oddball, but she's really smart, so I'm sure she's got lots of useful information for you. I don't get what the limiting factor is. Do I actually have to do these side quests now? I guess I do. Alright. I'll get the parts that I can. Still not going to attack non-combatants though.
This must have been quite a city once upon a time. Too bad vegetation's claimed most of it now.
Operator 60 to 2B. It is time for your regularly scheduled contact.
This is 2B. Nothing to report.
Good to hear. Say, how's the weather on Earth today? Good?
It's fine. Does that question have anything to do with our operation?
Not really. I just figured it might feel nice to have some good weather.
Feeling nice has no bearing on completing missions.
That is so like you, 2B. Anyway, talk to you later.
They're not combatants.
Alert. Access point communications jammed. Proposal. Eliminate enemies in vicinity and restore access point immediately.
Quite honestly,
Plant life has claimed most of the central area. Big plants,
What is your
too.
question right now?
Report.
What do I
Records show
do
that
next?
vegetation has grown to an abnormal size since the departure of humans.
Am I just trying to collect
I wonder
parts
if
for
there
the
are any
resistance
huge
members?
boars and such too.
Or did you mean in terms of lore terms? In terms of the lore, I should say. Oh, lore-wise. Well, I imagine I'll playing through the game again and hopefully seeing a little bit more of the lore. I'll probably figure it out that way. Yeah, the red girls. There's still a bit of a mystery.
Alert. Access point communications jammed.
Well, they're the machine network. That should have been pretty clear. Well, that they seem to be in charge of the machines. But why two young ladies dressed in red? Like, that doesn't really make sense. Like, that doesn't...
Alert. Machine life forms detected. Confirmed to be high energy and equipped with dangerous weaponry.
It'll be fine. Actually, you're level 25. I've changed my mind. I wouldn't think too much about that. That's just tarot and Japanese culture. Ooh, actually, we can pick up a second weapon here, can't we? No, we can't. We're not allowed through there yet. Never mind. Okay, supposing I do actually have to do those two quests. Then I'm not doing very well. To the desert, I guess. That's probably our best bet for collecting lots of parts.
This is the place that weapons trader was talking about. Uh-oh. I'm picking up hostile machine life forms.
Oh, wonderful. That's my favourite kind of machine life form. Well, not really, but it's convenient for us right now. Ow! Get me out of the air. I mean, why was the builder in Matrix 2 Colonel Sanders? I don't know. I've not seen it. An old soldier fought with many friends in a deep, dark forest. 2 or 4. Three or 4. Oh, is that the last bit? Yep.
That
Well,
should be enough. Let's get these back to the trader.
You say that, but presumably I have to do the other trader as well. Where was I asked to go for the other trader? Over there. This is, of course, the section we're in right now is, of course, a section we don't get to see very much, because this is roughly where the crater is going to be. Oh, there you are. Yes, I am heading in about the right direction. Maybe the parts I needed are just scattered on the ground then. I thought I had to destroy the machines to get them, but I'm not sure I do. I think that may have been what I was missing. Although I'm not seeing them on the ground. Are you aggressive? No? Well, I could take what we have back to the weapons trader. The danger is that I'm still not able to progress the main quest though, we'll just have to see. I think this should be enough to fix your broken device. Wow, how do you like that? Looks like I'm back in business. Good to hear. You know it, I make these weapons to keep my friends safe after all, though sometimes I wonder, what about weapons that are just making my friends die all the faster? Doesn't the weapons trader in the machine village say the same thing? Perhaps I'm wrong. Oh, never mind, forget I said anything. Anyway, come back in a little while, alright? I should have some new gear for you then. Hey, it's you! Oh, I almost forgot, I still owe you a reward. I want to say thanks for helping me get things up and running again, so I whipped you up some upgrade materials. Wanna try them out? You bet. Come to me whenever you need help with your weapons. Can I progress? No, I can't. So, it does look like I need to finish the other quest as well. So I guess we'll go to the desert. That's probably the fastest way. I was hoping to actually complete the game a little bit quicker than this, but not being sure what to do seems to have put a stop to that. Kill. Be the murderer you are. Didn't these two give me trouble originally? I think they did. It's funny to imagine these two giving me trouble now. Ow. Ow! Well, that was embarrassing. I need to get Deadly Heal at some point. When you say request 1 of 1, do you mean just that item? Yeah, we're still looking for a broken key and a small gear. The machines you see here will go on a murderous rampage anyway. Those ones will. But I don't want to attack the non-combatants. Hold on, I can go this way, can't I? Aren't there a bunch of enemies over here? Inside a cave? Pretty sure there are. This was actually one of the first locations we went to in the game. Once we reached the city ruins originally. I was just exploring the desert. I don't think this is the way in we took though. It might have been. I don't think it was though. Ow. Ow. Two of one. That's less than ideal. Actually, I think the way we originally went in was the other entrance going the way we did, if that makes sense. The way we're broadly heading towards now. So it's the same direction from the desert over the where the cliff is, but instead of jumping down to the cave entrance, you go to the other lower cave entrance. Level up. Level 6 now. Still don't have the parts we need. Round this way, I mean. Yeah. Pretty sure that's the way we went in. The very first time we went in there. I forgot animal bait was a thing in this game. I can't imagine why you'd want it now, though. Oh, I can't even go into the desert proper yet, can I? Because it hasn't been opened. I'm just thinking where else we could find some enemies. There's going to be a few over here. Ow. I probably should have saved there quickly. I wonder how speedrunners do this section of the game. This feels like it would be really annoying for a speedrunner. The amount of luck that's required. These ones aren't combatants, are they? No. Oh, that's right. There are quite a few more enemies on top of the buildings, aren't there? That would be a good place to go hunting. Oh yes, wasn't there a room in here that's absolutely chock-a-block full of enemies? Perhaps this is the way in. Oh, there is, but they're not aggressive at this point in the game. Well, that's a shame. Well, I say it's a shame. It's probably a very, very good thing for all concerned, but it doesn't serve our immediate purposes, unfortunately. I don't remember seeing one of their little hovercraft shut down like that before. After it sustained enough damage, it just sort of fizzled out. See, I don't think they have done this, but a nice thing the developers could have done is just stashed all the items you need, like on a rooftop in a specific place. Or in separate locations, I should say, for each one, so that players that are speedrunning just know where to go and can quickly grab them all, but the likelihood is new players wouldn't find them. Ooh, offensive heal +1. Sadly, it's not a plug-in chip we're going to keep. I don't have a better idea than just go back into the desert and then back out again and so on, and just use the loading zones to our advantage. Oh wait, we haven't done here again, have we? Three of one, so we've got 3 copies of the same component. To be honest, if they were going to make this part of the quest, I feel like they should have done something to make that. I feel like they should have tinkered with the probability of the drops slightly to make sure that players do actually get the drops they need in a sensible amount of time. To just leave this up to RNG seems a tad irresponsible. Just think how many people have actually played this game. Right, some of them are going to have had the worst luck imaginable. Just probabilistically, it's bound to have happened. I wonder how far into the desert I have to go to cause those 2 over here to respawn. That might be the fastest way. If going over to the access point over here, for example, is enough to cause those 2 to respawn, that might be the fastest way that we can just farm enemies right now. I don't know that it is. No, that wasn't enough. I get the feeling that loading zones in this game have transitional areas as well. Areas that can be loaded with 1 of 2, or in theory more, other areas at the same time. Like that area there with the 2 androids at the little camp. I get the impression that that can be loaded in either with the city ruins or with the desert. So that if you're going from the desert back to the camp over and over again, then it won't reload the whole region each time, and similarly with the city ruins. But if you're going from the city ruins to the desert, then it will. Could be wrong. I'll tell you what, I thought that was going to do it. It looked like we just saw the city ruins pop in just then, but the enemies haven't respawned. Oh my goodness, supply traders request 4 of 1. We've now had 4 of the same type of component. Unbelievable. Good game. Okay, how about this for a plan? It's not that difficult, or it doesn't take all that long to get to the caves under the desert from here. So what if we just go between the caves under the desert and the 4 enemies that are closest in the city ruins, the 2 that spawned right next to the desert and the 2 that we just defeated. That's probably going to be as good as we can get. In terms of, well, essentially grinding enemies. Grinding for items, not for levels, but grinding nevertheless. Ow. Trying to remember, there's like a couple more up this way, isn't there? 2 or 3 more? Pretty sure I can hear them. Oh, is that a chest we haven't opened? Yep. Oh, I can see them on the mini-map. They're up here. Wait, what was that? Oh, that was just light shining off of a stone. It wasn't an item to be picked up. Just to check, Entor, is this really the best I can do right now? Is it literally just I need to grind out enemies until I get the items I need? I realise I could be attacking non-combatants, and I'm not. But aside from that... I don't know, maybe the devs jiggled the... I said that before they could tinker with the probability tables. Maybe they tinkered with the probability tables of the enemies specifically in the area where the where we were directed to go to. Perhaps that's what's causing the problem here, because I refuse to attack non-combatants. Sorry about that, everyone. NieR for some reason hung. I don't know why. It just stopped producing frames, and then that triggered a bug in OBS, whereby the encoding just fails. If it's trying to capture from a window and the window isn't producing any frames for some reason, the encoder bugs out, and OBS just terminates the stream. Anyway, I mean, I don't think we've lost much. Just slightly inconvenient is all. That's odd. Why are you not accepting my controller's input all of a sudden? I don't know. Huh, it isn't. Okay, I'll restart the game again. Weird. See, if the window closes, OBS does the right thing. It just stops capturing. It's only a bug that happens when a window just stops producing new frames but remains open. I do apologise for this. Right, hopefully it sees my controller this time. Yes, it does. Don't know what that was about. I know I didn't save all that recently, but like I was just grinding enemies to get some specific quest items anyway, so it doesn't matter. And no, I'm not going to throw my morals overboard just because it's convenient. This will probably, if this is the problem, the fact that I'm refusing to kill those specific enemies, then I'll be willing to bet that this is the only section of the game where that's going to be a problem. And it'll probably be smooth sailing after we've got over this initial hurdle. Oh yeah, we're even a level lower now. So yeah, we lost a little bit, but it doesn't matter. There we go, we've got the level back. And now we've got 5 of the items, one of the items the trader asked for, and none of the others. I know I did, I'm quite confident I didn't kill those specific enemies last time I played the game. To be fair, I can't be 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure I didn't. The only way that would have happened, I think, is if I had, like, accidentally aggroed some of them. Because that did happen a few times in the game. So it should be doable. This way. Yes! We've got another one of the items. There's only one item left to go. Oh, what is the item we still need? A small gear. We're just after a small gear, and then we can hand in that quest. And then we should be able to continue the main quest. What is it after this? Is it the amusement park? I think it is. That's interesting. I'm pretty sure that enemy turned round there because they heard the fighting, not saw it. But they obviously don't always do that, so there must be a range limit. That's odd. The enemies are... Oh, there they are. I was just about to say they didn't spawn in. Ow. Small gear? Nope. Another broken circuit. 6 of 1. At least we're saving up a bit of money like this. I mean, if I'm rushing the main quest, I imagine we won't be so desperate for money, but still nice to have, just in case. How? That's weird. Why can't I pick up that little bit? That little ring. Strange. Ow! Well, could that be a small gear on the ground? Could we be so lucky? Ow. Nope, it's another broken circuit. 7 of 1. Would it be a small gear? Oh, it's a rusted clump. I noticed Father Servo isn't up there. Oh, where's the other one? Oh, there they are. Oh my goodness, broken circuit, 8 of 1. Please, just a small gear. Another broken circuit, 9 of 1. I guess broken circuits are just a lot more common. But unfortunately that implies that small gears are really, really rare. Ow. Stop hitting me. Level 8. Oh, that was ineffective. Ow! Goodness! Stop that! Maybe I should go after that really high level enemy. Maybe they have a higher probability of dropping the stuff we need. I'm a little put off by the prospect of attacking a level 25 though, just because they probably could one-hit us. We can give it a go, though. Should I? No, we'll carry on like this for a little while. Perhaps at least one more round of going to the desert and then coming out of the desert. Ow. I'm also put off by the fact that not only have we not found a small gear yet, but the other component we needed, the one that we did get, we've only seen one of after all this time. which implies that, as I say, it makes me think these are really rare drops, other than the broken circuit. For this level of enemy. It's a moral victory. Oh, I'm still determined not to attack any non-combatants. What I'm debating is whether I should attack that level 25 enemy over the bridge. I think I could probably take them okay, it's just that I'm also pretty sure that they'd one-hit me if they did hit me. So I'd have to not make any mistakes. Hang on, if the aliens who originally constructed the machines in the machine network weren't humanoid, why have they built all their machines to be humanoid? Were the early machines not humanoid? And then they moved over to a humanoid design for some reason. Ten broken circuits. Did I free up the... Yeah, I did. The access point over here, I was going to say. Alright, let's go over the bridge, see what we can do with the enemy over there. If I can figure out how to get there. Right, wish me luck. I'll probably go over there and find they haven't spawned this time or something. They haven't, have they? Oh no, there they are. Okay, that's an odd spawn. You still hostile? Yeah, you seem it. Good audio cues. Because the camera's doing a terrible job here. But I've been able to block most of the hits just from the audio cues. Well, all of them actually, because I haven't been hit yet, thankfully. There we go. Did we get anything for our trouble? A level? A down attack up plug-in chip, but other than that, no. We didn't get what we were after. I might actually be a little over-leveled by the end of this. Are there any enemies in here at this point in the game? You can jump down the canyon. What a charming thing to say. I don't think there are enemies at that point. I think that's further down. Although you raise an interesting question. Does the elevator work? No idea if there are enemies there at the moment, but it's the right location. The elevator does seem to work. Oh, so that's why the canyon's a canyon. So that it's impossible for you to get back up. What level are these? $26. Well, this is going to be painful. I regret my decisions already. You're not wrong though, I'm much more likely to get the drops I want over here. Oh, they can't one-shot me. Ooh, well that gives me options. Weapon attack up, +1. I'm surprised how well we've fared against such high level enemies. Broken circuit, 11 of 1, why? Yeah, I'm not sure if I completed this fort, but yeah, it makes sense why it's a canyon, because if you could climb back up out of here, then you'd be able to access the forest much earlier in the game than you're supposed to be able to. And no, I'm not doing the mission at the end of the canyon this early in the game. That's just asking for trouble. I don't know what you need. Not everything gets dropped by the same trash mobs. You can, anyway. Oh, I can't go back this way. You're right. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's why that's constructed that way. With the little box at the top. I did wonder. I need a small gear. That's what I'm after. Just one small gear and I can go. The thing you're looking for is dropped only by the stubby machines. Okay. That is useful to know. By the stubby ones, I assume you mean the shortest ones. The ones that will swing their arms around in circles to attack you. Among other things. Not the big ones or the giant ones. Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. There is a flying one over there. I don't know if they count. There's two flying ones over there. Oh, I'm here now. I may as well. They're trying to run! If I had to guess, I'd say these probably do count as the stubby ones, as to use your terminology. It's probably the size of the body inside the machine that matters, not what machine they are. Oh, probably not. Fair enough. I was just thinking a small body probably has small gears. It's also notable that these higher level enemies don't seem to be giving more drops. They are giving plug-in chips as drops, which we haven't seen a lot of otherwise. The lower level enemies don't seem to give as many plug-in chips, but other than that, you obtained a weapon, the Phoenix Dagger. Blimey, that's our first weapon of this, our first non-starter weapon of this playthrough. I bet that doesn't happen all that often. Not unless it turns out that the Phoenix Dagger is well known to be a very good weapon and speedrunners often go for it. Like the giant one has stubby ones inside. You can go to the factory. Can I? I didn't think I could. I thought that didn't open up till later, but I will check. That's a jolly good idea if I can. Just checking to see there's nothing over here that I've missed. I don't think so. Oh dear, imagine dying right next to the elevator. I shouldn't have told you and watch your struggle. I'm glad you did tell me. Yeah, I assume I'm wrong and you're right, but my erroneous memory was that the factory didn't open up until the next big attack on the city ruins. I thought at that point they like smashed the bridge that lets you head over there. Because there's like all these overhead bridges and I thought that one wasn't collapsed until later, but no, I'm sure you're right. To the factory. Again, the enemies haven't respawned here, which makes me think that the canyon is what I hypothesize as being a sort of transitionary zone, which could either be loaded along with the forest area or loaded along with the city ruins. Then again, if there is no way back to the... Oh no, there might be a way back to the forest from the canyon if you've moved that cube out the way. So yeah. No, it does appear you are correct. so far as I can tell. We'll know very shortly. I thought this got smashed up during the next attack on the city, but it doesn't look like it. Looks like I was wrong about that. Huh, we can. Well then. I discovered this area so late in the game. In my first 2B playthrough. It feels wrong being back here so early. There's a hidden item up there if I recall correctly. I don't know if we can get it yet. Ah, is that where it is? No. I'm not going mad, am I? I'm sure there was an item stashed up there. Huh, maybe there's not? I'll try once more. If I don't find what I'm looking for this time, I'll assume I've imagined it. Huh, maybe I imagined it. Fair enough. Anywho. So this is why they said opening up the factory led to a path into the enemy base. Or into enemy territory, I think they said. It's because presumably the factory was helping defend against your high units coming in via the city ruins, I guess. Because they would have had significant armament here before the attack. I would guess. Could be wrong. Not clear what happened to the scaffolding over here, though. It just seems to have vanished. Hello. Virtuous treaty. Go bridge. Wait, what? I obtained a lot of items there. Oh, was that from my previous death? Oh! So I just got back the plug-in chip that I started with the game, with. This is making sense now, because I remember I was saying, like, I started the game with an auto-use item +1? I don't remember this. And you were saying about it was standard issue. It's because after the black boxes explode, you lose that plug-in. And I remember when I came here on my first 2B playthrough, finding all those items there and being like, that's odd, why did the game just suddenly give me so many items? I'm not sure if I articulated that, but I definitely thought it at the time. And yet not a single small gear. I should definitely save this though. So I guess that means that 2B was actually wielding Virtuous Treaty at the start of the game? Not, is it Virtuous Contract she has now? Interesting if true. Both. Oh. That's true. I haven't been using heavy attacks very much, have I? Or at all. By very much, I mean at all. Wow. They're lavishing me with items, experience and money, aren't they? I may as well equip it as my second weapon at this point, mightn't I? I don't see any reason why I wouldn't. I do appreciate a bit of deadly heal. Supply trader's request, 12 of 1. That'll be the broken circuit. Oh my goodness, she knocked that machine flying. Wow. I didn't seem to get much deadly heal there, did I? Supply trader's request, 13 of 1. Please, just a small gear. Just one small gear. Don't evade me. Why do they produce green goop when they die? I guess that's the difference between the androids and the machines. The androids are red-blooded and the machines are green-blooded. Well, if we're heading this way, we may as well go the whole way and find the body of the other android whose name I've forgotten. The one that tried to go AWOL. Doesn't work. Oh, okay, fair enough. That's a quest. Fair enough. I couldn't help but smile on a tower, smiled upon by angels. Yes, very clever. Go under the stairs? You mean these stairs? Can't. Or here? Oh yeah, this area, thank you. That's a jolly good point. Come on, small gear. Nope, medium recovery. But I can unlock a shortcut here, can't I? Was that a drop rate plus? Whoa, hey! That's a bit of luck. Oh my goodness, I don't have all my plugin slots unlocked yet. Because of course I wouldn't. That's almost all we can equip. Well, we'll have to deal with that shortly. Excellent. That shortcut's unlocked again. Could it be a small gear? Could we be so lucky? Oh wow, we've actually got quite a few drops this time. Ow! Oh, I see. I've swapped off of the sword, have I? Yeah, that's why they were going flying, because she kept kicking them away. Well, this is a nice productive area, isn't it? Yes!
That's everything the supply trader asked for. Man, these chores are a real pain in the butt, huh?
The Resistance is a valuable ally to Yorha. By helping them, we also
Too
help
bad.
ourselves. So no, I don't think they're a pain.
Yeah.
Why were you enjoying this? Enjoying this spot of Schadenfreude? I was looking forward to another 2 hours of inane grind. I'm surprised we didn't level a little bit more, actually. We leveled up till, what, 9-ish quite quickly, but then we kind of got stuck around 10. Which, I mean, I'm not complaining about, it's just notable. Then again, I suppose it's because the enemies were so much... Most of the enemies, not all of them, were so much lower level than us by that point. So they probably weren't yielding much experience. Right, hopefully, fingers crossed, the pace will pick up a bit now. Definitely save that. But that was a jolly good shout, Entor, going back to the factory. Thank you for that. That certainly sped things up a lot. And I didn't have to kill a single non-combatant. Hey, you found the materials. That's great. Now I can start upgrading and crafting items for you. I imagine you can spare a few of these supplies to fix your leg. Yeah, no. Why don't you tell us what's really going on? See, it's my left leg that's all busted up, and my left leg is the one that's fully original. Yeah, this was the ship of Theseus dialogue, wasn't it? I've repaired this old body of mine 100 times over during this war. I swap parts in and out so many times I can't even keep track. But this leg, this left leg, it's never been touched. So if I go and replace that, what happens? I mean, would I even be me anymore? Or would I just... Anyway, it's my own problem. Didn't mean to trouble you with it. I should be getting more inventory soon, so swing by when you can. Welcome, what are you buying? What are you selling? I'll certainly take some more. Look at our funds. They've gone up a bit. I'll certainly take some small recoveries. Yeah, you don't have anything else I'm all that interested in right now, do you? Doesn't look like it. Come back soon. Can I upgrade the other sword? Actually, do I even want to do that? I can't, even if I wanted to. I'd need beast hides. Don't be a stranger. Hello, you're with Yorha, aren't you? This is the maintenance shop. I service and consult on all types of android bodies. Can I help you with anything? Yes. Yes, you can increase our storage. Let's have our storage upgraded a bit so that if we do pick up any more useful plug-in chips, we can do so quickly. You can greatly increase your combat abilities with just a few tweaks here and there. If you obtain any new chips or programs, make sure to try them out. Out of curiosity, what does the drop +1 say? Does it actually tell us what the drop rate is increased by? 20%. Fair enough. You didn't have an XP plus, did you? No. Don't think so. Well, that's the best we can do for now. Oh, hey, I actually have a request for you as well. There have been lots of reports of dangerous machines appearing in the desert recently. Oh, it's the desert next, not the amusement park. This is very unusual, so it may be indicative of something bigger. Now, I hear you Yorha types are pretty good at examining things. You think you can look into this whole mess for me? Of course. Thanks. I knew I could count on you. I'll tell our allies in the desert that you're coming. Be careful out there, okay? Let's go! Wait, what was that? Ahaha! Oh, animal bait.
Pod 042 to operator. Coordinates confirmed for location specified by Resistance Leader.
Understood, 042. Placing marker on target. The desert heat is going to make resupply efforts difficult, 2B. Please make sure you're ready before you go.
That won't be a problem. I think I'll go this way though, so I can collect some more beast hide. Or at least try to. The other thing I have to bear in mind is unlike that which I've become used to, the animals right now can actually really hurt 2B, and so I am going to have to be careful. There you are. Ow! Case in point. Where'd they go? I've lost track of them. There they are. Don't you run from me. Beast hide obtained. I spy another beast hide. Ow. Can't wait till I get some deadly heal. I think I mucked up my weapons. I feel like there's unarmed in both sets. Yeah. Oh, that's odd. I didn't think that's what I'd equipped. That's the wrong one. I want weapons. There we go. Good. That'll do for now. Ow! They really hurt. Don't you run from me! Oh, just like Emil, you can use ranged attacks to stop them. I guess that makes sense. Ow! Wow, I've lost a lot of small recoveries just hunting these few boar. Another beast hide obtained. Wonderful news. Why did I kill it? I'm collecting beast hide for weapons upgrades. If I can, I might actually upgrade my secondary weapon before I do the Adam fight. I've definitely mucked up my weapons. I think... Yeah, I see what's happened. I've set my heavy to light and my light to heavy. Another beast hide obtained. There should be one more beast hide. Or one more that we need. Yeah, get away from the machines. I don't want to hurt them because they're non-combatants. I just saw you buck. If I'd been behind you then I'd have taken damage. There we go. Beast hide? Well, hey! If I'm not mistaken, that's 5. Where would they be? Materials. Probably. 5. Yep. I don't intend to do a lot of this sort of grinding. But I think it probably... I'll tell you what, I won't... I'll save that for the spear. I'll save those beast hide for the spear. That we don't yet have. I've already seen you do much worse. You mean the grinding? Yes. Right, let me see. That should be our light weapon. That should be our heavy for now. That appears to be what we have set. Can I reverse it there? Right, if that's been set up properly, yes. Right, that's how I want it to be. So it won't be long before we get the first spear. After our dealings in the desert, and the boss fight with Adam. I think it's the amusement park straight after that. And that's when we'll be able to pick up the spear. I don't think you need Beasthide for level 3 upgrades or level 4 upgrades
The Council
either.
of Humanity has a message for all of our brave androids fighting on the surface. Currently, our struggle against the machine life forms is at a stalemate. This battle has raged for far too long. I am sure all of you find the effort grueling. But now is not the time to give up. Now, more than ever, we must forge on. Remember that several 100,000 humans on the moon want nothing more than to return to Earth. Glory to mankind.
Those council broadcasts are always so stiff.
What was I saying?
Mail notification received from access point.
Wonderful. I think it's only the level 2 upgrade that needs Beasthide, so that'll probably be the only such grinding we'll have to do.
Hey, our leader told me all about you. Name's Jackass. Nice to meet you. I hear you're planning to take out all the machines in the desert? Guess that means we need to get that entrance open.
Looks like it. So, Jackass, was it? What are you doing all the way out here?
Oh, that? Well... wouldn't want to have anyone getting tangled up in that, now would we? Don't go trying to be a hero, alright?
Us? Never.
Don't go trying to be a hero, alright?
Who opens a sealed gate with explosives? There's gotta be an easier way, right?
Right, there's a few access whoa, never mind. Oh wait, these are the desert dwellers. They've got the masks on. Huh, these ones are hostile. So it would seem. Evade up? I'd love some evade up. As long as it's not too expensive. Where is it? Yeah, that'll do. Desert zone. Right, if we swing round this way,
This sand sure is slippery.
we can get the access point that's in the oil field. Then there's a central access point, and then we'll just get on with the questing, I guess. I think we may be a little over leveled. Well, that'll change soon enough. Small recovery, don't mind if I do. If I recall correctly, there's some stuff up here that we can grab. This is, of course, before the drug den was set up, so there... Oh yeah, there are Yorha soldiers stationed up here, aren't there? Looks like we can use the oil field as a resource. We're investigating this area. Funny enough, they're two of the... of only 5 Yorha survivors that we're aware of, and that's assuming you count A2 as a Yorha survivor. Or will be. And Jack manages to get them hooked on this drug she develops. If you do that side quest, which we will do, but probably not before we've completed the game twice. Oh, I think I see where the access point is. That feels like it's basically on the way anyway for the different spots we'd be visiting. Oh, I've got to do the relics quest again.
These machines are tough.
I mean, not now,
Yeah,
but I
I've
will
heard
have
from
to
the
do
Resistance
it.
that they've been seeing this a lot lately. Couldn't tell you why though.
Movement speed up. Don't mind if I do. Let's equip that now, assuming, again, that it isn't prohibitively expensive for some reason. Nope, we can afford that. Wonderful.
Do you think they even understand the concept of being scared?
Yes, I do.
Hypothesis: jamming caused by enemies in local vicinity.
Excellent. Oh, we did get some mail, didn't we? Attention all androids. Thousands of years have passed since we humans were driven to the moon, and while the war remains deadlocked, we know that our continued safety is only possible thanks to your valiant efforts on the ground. We ask that you continue giving your all to the mission of recapturing Earth from the scourge of the machines. Glory to mankind. Lost equipment. There was something I forgot to mention prior to your sortie. According to our analysis team, the equipment that was lost when breaking into the abandoned factory is still there. I've marked its estimated location, so be sure to pick it up next time you're in the area. That is all, the Commander. Oh, that's what that email was about. It all fits together now. Ah, that was the stuff that we picked up again on the bridge at the abandoned factory.
Enemy. Kill enemy. Why? Stay away.
What's with the weird-looking outfits?
I've seen that sort of thing when I was going through some old data. It looks like what humans used to wear long ago. Certain human collectives used to use face paint like that too.
if you can believe it, we've already picked up the stuff we needed for the supply trader again. Maybe not the broken circuit, but the other two that were really hard to acquire. We've, what was it, the small gear and the other one I've already forgotten the name of, but I did notice us pick it up. No, 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 no. Go away. I didn't realise these were here so early in the game. That's terrifying. Let me check the map again. Where are we headed? Oh, pretty much north from here.
No. Scared. Help me. Help me.
2B, it's fine. Their speech doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
They're just emitting words at random. If they wanted help, why would they be attacking us?
9S is the dismissive one. 2B's the one that's more open-minded. She's the one that's getting worried when they start saying things like that, and 9S is the one that tries to tell her there's nothing to worry about. Oh, I don't mind even more movement speed increase. Let's hope I can equip it. I do realise I can double up on chips, so I could have, you know, 2 plus 2s or a plus 1 and a plus 2 and so on, but we currently don't have a load of space. Nope, can't afford this one. That's a pity. Yeah, that's just the way it is.
Die. Run. Run. Scary.
Huh. Maybe they're scripted not to be killable at
It's
that
heading for
point.
that rocky area.
Individual target ID marked.
They probably are. So we're supposed to believe a swing set survived in the desert after thousands of years, are we?
What's that?
Analysis.
Then again, the canon
It is
could
the
be that the
ruin of a
machines
former
built
human
it.
residential area. Large numbers of humans resided in such concrete and metal shelters. The structures were referred to by names such as apartment complex. Report. Mail notification received from access point.
Wonderful news. I'll have a look in a second. Shoot, off the access point. Jupiter's Fortunes. 2B! Have you heard of Jupiter's fortune telling? It's all the girls over in R&D have been talking about lately. They say you can examine the colour and shape of Jupiter's great red spot to learn about what kind of luck you'll have with health, work and love. Sounds amazing, right? I'll try it and let you know what I find out. Operator 60.
Not people.
I'm not going the right way, am I? Oh, I think I see the... Do I? Oh, this is the way I'm supposed to go. Right.
Run.
Target confirmed. Let's get him.
Hello. How are you? Nice weather today.
Shockwave +1. I do like my shockwave. Probably won't make it as much of a priority this time though. We did pick up a movement speed +1 just then as well, didn't we? I wonder if we can afford to equip it. Yes, we probably could. I think that worked. Excellent.
Androids are scary. Scary. So kill.
Oh dear, they can actually attack me while I'm
So scary.
interacting with one of the android bodies. Oh, I wouldn't mind some deadly healing. Don't know when we get access to that.
Dead. You are false. You will break.
Oh, this is the same type of machine as the one that was on the other side of the bridge, but much lower level. Yeah. There we go.
Run. Run. Not this way.
Poor thing.
I wonder what makes them choose these words.
Didn't skip anything there, did I? Don't think so. Let's keep going.
These are android bodies.
Hypothesis. They were killed by local machine life forms.
What are they doing here?
Unknown.
It's like they were gathered here. There it goes!
They don't give up. Run. must run.
Multiple machines detected ahead. But what's with these android bodies?
Stay focused.
Deadly heal +1. I don't know how long that'll last for. Ow.
Child. Child. Child.
What is this?
My love. My love.
Don't listen to them, 2B.
Together forever. Together forever. Carry me. Carry.
They don't have any feelings. They're just imitating human speech. Let's take them out.
Feed me. Love. 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 I'll get you for this. Kill the androids. Kill. Destroy. I love you. Kill. Hatred. Pain. Slaughter. This cannot continue.
And so it starts.
This cannot continue. 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 This cannot continue.
What's happening?
An android?
No! This is a machine!
And as we've learned... Wait, is that... Does that say Adam? I was going to say, as we've learned, we can't not fight here. We do actually have to make the first blow. Yeah, that says Adam.
Androids.
Is this why he ends up consumed by hate? Could well be, couldn't it?
Sword. Dodge. Projectile. Deflect.
I think he's evolving. We better finish this quick.
are you? There you are. I think it's about when he reaches level 10 that this stops. So we're nearly there. Blimey, we leveled as we completed it. He has red blood, or red liquid.
Is this really a machine? Damn it, not another one.
We gotta get out of here! Come on! Through that hole! It stopped. Looks like we're safe now.
What the hell just happened?
I know. I've never seen a machine like that before. We better report this to command.
That's interesting. I thought there was supposed to be a bunch of boxes we could open around here.
Let's move to an area with better reception so we can contact command.
But I don't see them. Maybe it was just items to pick up and I was misremembering. There's a hackable box, but obviously we can't do that right now. Huh, maybe that is it. No, no, no. Whew, that was close. We never did find out what's going on with these big cubes with gears, did we? Why they exist in the world, what their function is, apart from gating the player's progress. I turned my back on the enemy in the depths of hell.
Okay, this is good. We should be able to reach command here. 9S to bunker. Do you copy?
I read you, 9S. Go ahead.
Operator, we just encountered a pair of humanoid machines. We weren't able to capture them, but I have combat data ready for upload.
Understood. Ready to receive.
Hopefully you can get something out of it.
Right.
Whew. I think we've earned a breather.
We could find out what
C2B,
happens here.
I was hoping we could talk about our next move. I'm worried about the damage we took in that last battle with the machines. Maybe we should return to the resistance camp to resupply and conduct maintenance?
What did I choose before? I feel like this is one of those choices where I on both occasions I chose the same thing, but I've forgotten what I chose. I don't remember.
No, we should keep fighting.
Roger that. Just try not to overdo it, okay?
I think that wasn't the choice we chose before. I could be
Operator
wrong.
to 9S. Data upload complete.
Roger.
I also have an incoming message from the commander. Initiating playback. 2B, 9S. We've lost contact with several Yorha units that were on their way to the surface. Their black boxes are online, so we presume they're still alive. We've tracked the location of their signals, so I need all Yorha units on the surface to head over and investigate.
Okie
End
dokie.
transmission.
I heard something about that back at the resistance camp.
You did?
Target location confirmed. I'm worried about the other androids. We should probably check this out as soon as possible.
I wonder if that's what happened to the other resistance camp operative. Oh, this is just mysteriously opened now, and we have no idea why.
Looks like our surface route's been cut off. Maybe we can get through from underground.
The one that 9S was talking about in the bunker.
So 2B, those machines out in the desert look just like androids, right?
Right.
But we androids were modeled after our human creators. So why would machines try to look like us?
There's no point trying to work out unsolvable problems.
I suppose.
Right, we should actually be in a position to pick up the spear now. Wonderful. Virtuous dignity. Yep, I've got the spear. I haven't equipped it yet. Probably should. Excellent. Let's keep going. Oh, I just had a thought. Pascal's going to make me do a bunch of quests, isn't he? Like, there's another point in the game where I think
What
you're
are
forced to
those?
do side quests.
What the?
Wow, this is weird.
Let's be happy together, together, together.
Where does this corridor lead? We're getting resistance signals from that building over there.
Never mind. 2B, remember that message I sent you about Jupiter fortune telling? I had the girls in R&D do it for me, and I got the worst readings possible for health, work, and love. And that's when I realised something. That stuff is a bunch of occult rubbish. I mean, how are you supposed to figure out your destiny by observing another planet? Ridiculous. I'll forge my destiny all on my own. That's the truest desire of every Yorha woman anyway, right? Ha ha ha. Crying face.
We need a way through.
Let's look around for a route we can take.
The funny thing is, that reading is probably correct, given the things that we know. How did I get over there? To the box, I mean. There was a technique to it, wasn't there? I've just forgotten what that was. Yes, I do want to know, because I've done it before, I've just forgotten. Grey ledge. Here? No. Drop down. Which side? This side or the other side? Carousel side, right. That's what I was doing wrong then. Oh, here. With you. That makes sense. Thank you. Well, wasn't that worth it? Dangerous beyond here, broken, junk, danger.
Let's dance, let's dance. Let's play, let's play, play, play. Let's play, let's sing, let's sing, let's play.
These machines are heavily armed. We'll regret it later if we let them escape. So let's take them out.
No. I saw a vision of those lost in the boring countryside.
Do you really think it's a good idea to leave that tank behind?
If they aren't hostile, fighting them is a waste of time.
Here we go.
What's this?
Analysis. It is a device that propels humans on rails at high speeds for the purposes of amusement. It was commonly referred to as a roller coaster.
Humans sure are strange creatures. Hey, 2B.
Yes?
People who know me well usually call me Nines, so...
Oh,
So what do you think? I mean, if you want to call me Nines, it's totally okay.
She probably already knew that, though.
I knew.
Oh, alright.
And doesn't do it because she doesn't want to get attached. Or any more attached than she already is. Right, next boss fight.
Alert. Multiple resistance members detected beneath this room.
Didn't I miss some items there? I could be wrong, I thought there was something there. Never mind, if there was, we'll be able to grab it on 9S's run.
What the hell?
Our records don't say anything about a machine like this.
Yeah. I wonder what that says. I think the first letter's S, the third is M. Is that a G? An E on the end. But there's two letters we don't know. It looks like S something M, G something E. Ow. I think 2B just disappeared under the skirt for a second there. I just paused because I had an idea about what it could be, but no, it doesn't work. Interesting one.
It's trying to hack us. If we take hacking damage, it'll affect our bodies as well.
I see.
2B!
Beautiful. Beautiful. I must be
Those look like corpses.
Are we seriously being attacked with dead androids?
Wait, I don't think... 2B! I'm detecting black box signals. They aren't dead. They've been turned into weapons.
All right. This ends now.
Why are they dropping green? Liquid, they're not red. They're androids. This camera, is she back? No, I don't think so.
I've almost analyzed the enemy's hacking pattern. I'm going to try to hack it back. Keep it busy.
You got it.
Hang on. Let me verify. Yeah, that is definitely an M, isn't it? That means that it must be a vowel that's between, assuming it's an English word, it must be a vowel between the S and the M. And there was only one vowel we didn't have. What vowel was that? Oh no, do we have all the vowels? Then I am confused. I must have made a mistake somewhere. No, we don't have O. And we don't have U. No, we do have U. Where did we get U from? We got it from Soul. So it must be O. No, we do have O. That's also in Soul. O-U-E-A. It's I we don't have. Okay. So that must be the triangle one. The trouble is, that makes it S-I-M-G. Which really makes me think that's supposed to be an N for sing. Also, why would it end with E?
Saturation attack triggered by enemy consciousness data. Failure to destroy it quickly may lead to serious damage in memory regions.
Oh, we just leveled. Does that mean we've already done it? No? Oh, maybe.
Affirmative.
Go!
Oh, we get just a glimpse of that scene. We get a much fuller scene when we play as NieR.
Thanks for the assist.
Oh, you mean the hacking? No worries. Us scanners are pretty good at that kind of thing. I've got your back anytime.
We have to save those androids.
I'm sorry, 2B. Their circuits are fried. I think they were only being kept alive by that enemy.
Oh.
Onwards to the machine village.
So,
What is it?
that machine had some pretty weird things to say, huh? It's almost like it had actual emotion.
The machines don't have feelings. You said that yourself.
Yeah, I guess.
2B's being dismissive there. In that case, it was the other way round.
Hostiles!
I am not hostile.
Huh?
You defeated Broken Machine. You saved us.
This thing is awfully verbose for a machine.
We repay you. Come to our village.
Go to the
Could be
village.
a trap. Still, we should at least head over there and gather data, right?
I wonder if I'd said no if I could have skipped the entire machine village and saved a bit of time.
This way. This way. This way.
Nothing happens. What do you mean by nothing happens? As in, it just continues anyway, they still try to usher us there.
This way. Here.
What's that?
Oh, right. You wouldn't have seen that before. They're sending supplies up from Earth to the moon and the bunker. There are no spare parts or fuel in space, after all.
Huh.
Or are they?
So why don't the machines, or the aliens who created them, attack the bunker directly? They originally came here from outer space, right?
Well, there are a few theories about that, but no one knows for sure. Hard to tell what an alien is thinking, you know?
You basically can't progress. Does that mean if I attack the machine village now I wouldn't be able to
They all
progress?
have white flags.
Looks like they really don't want to fight.
Hello. Before we begin, there's something you must
can't trust anything the machines say.
I understand that you see us as the enemy, but... Well, anyway. My name is Pascal. I'm the leader of this village. Those who reside here desire nothing more than to live a peaceful existence.
I'm not going to do so.
Look around for yourself. You'll see that it's true.
Now, I think I need to leave and come back.
Alert. Current intel insufficient for command. Suggest investigating machine lifeform settlement.
I know you're not thrilled about this, 2B, but why don't we hear what these machines have to say?
Oh, I will,
I'm curious what their intentions are.
but the problem is that when they're waving the white
We can
flags,
get into the city ruins if we move that box.
you can actually progress the game there. So I need them to reset. I just noticed those clouds in the background. Obviously they put together skyboxes. I mean, obviously, I suppose. Welcome. Even though none of the villagers want to fight, I have weapons here just in case. Care to take a look? Can we upgrade my virtuous dignity? Yes. After that, we're going to need stuff that we don't have. I learned how to make weapons from a legendary swordsmith in the forest. Oh, I should come to the village. 5 plus drop. Welcome, are you looking for anything? The only drop rate plus they have, I already have better than, so there's no reason to do so. Well, if you want to, you could fuse. That's true, I could fuse. But I don't have loads of space. Oh my goodness, they expect 11 for just for a 2% XP boost. Goodness me. So we may well do so, but that won't be immediate. Actually, out of curiosity, if I did buy a drop plus from you, how much would it actually cost me in slots? Actually, yeah, at this point I may as well just max out on small recoveries, mightn't I? That should do us a while. So... I don't know which one I originally bought. That's less than ideal. Sorry, which ones I originally had and which one I just bought, I should have said. Let's see. Right, it's the 11 ones that I've been buying. That's pretty bad. Still, that's what they have. You need 19 to upgrade to +6. Yeah, I do have a few. Yeah, I would need less. Let's see, I believe I have a +2 already equipped. Now I have a +1 already equipped. Okay. So I can get a +3 there. And then I can make 3 +1s. So I can make... That could be turned into 3 +2s and a +1, I think. So I could get a +4, a +3, and a +1. Hold up. I'm going to work this out on a piece of paper quickly. So normally I would need... Well, 1 would get me a +0. 2 would get me a +1. So 2 to the 1 tells me is how many I'd need for a +1. So +6 I'd need 2 to the 6. So that's 32. So normally we'd be looking at 32. I can do this in my head, can't I? So I have a +1 already. That's so take away 2. 30. I have 4 +0s, so take away another 4, that's 26. I have 2 +2s. Each of them are worth 4, so that's 8 in total. So I need 18. You need 24 +0. I don't think that's correct. It would be 32 +0, surely. Because it would be, for a +0 it'd be 1, then 2, 4, 8, 16, 32 would get you to a +6. I'll just double check my other maths. So if I need 32 in total, the +1, sorry, let's go from highest to lowest. I have 2 +2s, which are worth 4 each, so 8 in total, so that's 32 minus 8, which is 24, minus the 1 +1 I already have, which is worth 2, so that's 22, minus the 4 +0s I already have, which brings us to 18. I'm pretty sure I need 18 to buy 18. No worries. I did buy the right ones, didn't I? Only slight problem is, I doubt I have the funds to buy that many fusings. Sell copper. That's a good idea. But I can't fuse here, can I? I'll need to be in the resistance camp. So perhaps we'll pay the resistance camp a moment. Let me try again. Perhaps we'll pay the resistance camp a visit in a moment. If you've got a machine core as well, or... Yeah, I think you're probably right. Because that's going to vastly increase my drops from now on. It's probably a better investment to spend everything now and receive more for the rest of the game than it would be to hoard everything now. Everything I have now. You know, we already have something of a relationship with you androids. In fact, I'm hoping you can take this to Anemone in the resistance camp. What is it? It's a fuel filter that she requested. If you take it to her, it should make it clear that we're a peaceful group. Alright. Oh good, I don't have to do any side quests here. And I am going to the resistance camp. I'm trying to remember, is there something else that happens between now and my getting to the resistance camp? I don't think so. I think it's slightly after that that things go a bit pear-shaped. What is the next section? I think the next section is the city getting attacked? And the crater forming, isn't it?
Operator 60 to 2B. Time for your regularly scheduled contact.
2B here. What's wrong?
Oh. There's this operator I kind of liked, but when I asked her out, she turned me down.
There's that poor love life fortune
Honestly,
coming true.
I don't know how I'm supposed to go on living.
I am definitely not the person to discuss this with.
I don't think I can stand spending one more day in this bunker.
You leaving would be bad for me. It would affect mission efficiency.
Are you saying you need me to be?
All Model B combat units require the assistance of an operator. So,
To be?
that's all. Closing this channel.
You can accept subquests from clients all over the world. Subquest destinations are indicated with a red diamond on the minimap. I don't remember getting that tutorial prompt before. Maybe I did, but I think it might be because I've not been accepting subquests. I call them subquests. They're more side quests though, aren't they? So we're here now. Let's fuse some chips. No, actually, first things first, let's buy some more storage space. Yeah, we're gonna need to sell some stuff, aren't we? I won't actually sell anything until I've confirmed we definitely need to, but I'd be amazed if we don't need to. Yeah, we've got loads to sell though, we should be alright. Right, what did you suggest I sell first? Copper. That's really not worth much. I'm not going to use that speed salve, although it's worth nothing. I'm not going to use any of this, let's be honest. You need to sell copper anyway. Is copper not used for some things? It is abundant. I'm quite surprised at how little we've actually made. That's more like it. Yeah, we'll give that up. I still don't think we have anything like enough money to do all the fusings we need to do though. Sell some chips you don't use, that's a good idea. I'll do that now. Some of the chips that I might actually want to fuse though. That's worth selling. I hate to give up the shockwave, but I think I need the money more. I'm not using ranged attack up. Hello, I hope everything is going well. Sorry, I returned late. Oh yes, of course. Happy birthday, Jenny. Oh, that's wonderful. I hope you had a good time. Well, counter's not worth very much at all. I don't use counter, but it's worth next to nothing. Let's see how far we get now. How much is this going to cost? Yeah, that was fuse, not sell. I must be being blind. I don't see the cost. Oh, there we go. Yep. We're still going to have cash flow problems. I think that's the best I can do for now, realistically. I know I could, like, sell everything, but... Oh, a machine core. I don't need those two right now. Oh, that's made us a bit of money. I still don't think it'll be enough, but it should get us a bit further. I've ended up one level below where I expected to end up, haven't I? That would only take me up to +5. Must have done the calculations wrong. Is it 64 I need? It should have been 2 to the 6. Oh yeah, that's 64, isn't it? Yep, that's just me being stupid. Yep, I'll sell something to get the last one done. Ooh, these drop rate up +4 chips are quite expensive. Say, Anemone, I've got a package for you from a machine called Pascal. A fuel filter? Ah, perfect timing. We were running low. Wait, you met Pascal? Sure did. So you've been consorting with machines, huh? Just the ones in the village. They're totally harmless, and they also have the means to construct intricate devices that we can't. In exchange, we provide them with oil and other materials. I guess you'd call it a form of commerce. I see. Anyway, if you're headed back there, please take this high viscosity oil to Pascal. Thanks for all you've been doing for us of late. Oh, I nearly forgot. I rented a room here for Yorha androids. Feel free to make use of it whenever you like.
Well, what do you think?
He just started transmitting to us directly.
Now do you believe we're not a threat?
Your mouth can say anything it wants, but you still don't have a heart.
I suppose that's
Does Pascal have a mouth?
yes, well, you're free to visit our village whenever you like.
Out of curiosity, how much benefit are we getting from that drop rate plus? Only 60% more. I was expecting higher. That probably was still worth it, but we only went from 20% plus to 60% plus. So I think it's the attack on the city next, unless Pascal does make us do some side quests. Range defense is terrible. Your base drop chance was the same, then you double it now and your income. Well, I went from plus 20%, so my income would have been 120% to plus 60. So that's a 1/3 increase. Oh, you brought me some high viscosity oil. And Emily is so kind and understanding. If only all androids and machines could live together in peace like this. Never gonna happen. I guess not. I'd appreciate if you could help out some of the other machines as well, though. Yep, I am being made to do side quests.
The only way to understand someone is to get to know them. Isn't that right?
Fair enough.
What's that noise?
Oh no, I don't have to.
2B, this is an emergency transmission from the bunker. We're reading a Goliath-class enemy inside the city ruins. And it looks like there are a ton of other machines there with it. All Yorha units should proceed and engage immediately.
A Goliath? This was a trap. I knew it!
I promise you, we were not aware of this information. I realize the odds of you believing me are strikingly low, but I hope you will nonetheless.
We'll sort it out later. Let's go.
"2B, Command is deploying new flight units for us. They just set the coordinates, so let's get going."
On it.
So this is going to lead to the crater, which is then going to lead to the second Adam and Eve confrontation. I'm trying to remember what happened after that. I know there's the cloned city, but there's stuff before that.
Probably shouldn't get near that guy's feet. Yeah, no. Let's find another route. The flight units should be on the roof of that building up ahead. It'll be dangerous, but we're not going anywhere unless we pass through that Goliath's legs. We should be careful.
I'm a little confused. Let me check the map. Right, we're going there. We are here. Oh, we could go around that way. Does this work? Yeah, it seems to. Oh, there's the Forest Kingdom. That's what I'm missing. There's going to be the whole crater incident, and then shortly after that, we end up going to the Forest Kingdom. That was it. That's too high. That's where Adam and Eve hang out. How do I... There we go.
Damn it!
Angles again.
Displaying data on central wiring hub.
Only level 3. They don't seem to be doing so well so far, do they? The enemy, I mean. They seem a bit clumsy and unable to actually hit us. You would also have issues catching a fly. The other issue is that it's anime physics.
Let's get to those flight units while we can.
Oh, how's your scanlation coming along?
The skies are packed with anti-air weapons. Make sure to approach at low altitude.
Copy that.
Did you make any progress? It's so much. Yes, I can imagine. We're talking about 1,400 pages. That's a bit, isn't it? We'll see. Maybe I'll do something smaller.
Target enemies offline. That should do it for the Goliaths.
Look out! It's recharging!
The scan later community is very snobbish. Sorry to hear that. In what way?
Vibrations were growing in intensity.
It's weird, lots of
Resonating in
drama.
tandem with the area beneath the combat zone.
Not ideal.
What the...
Unbelievable. The aliens who haven't revealed themselves in hundreds of years were hiding underground?
Yeah, it doesn't sound very conducive to good work, does it? Instead of using the machine translations for peaceful proofreading, they don't want any AI at all. Yeah, I can understand why they feel that way.
Yorha, this is your commander. For the first time in centuries, we've intercepted a signal belonging to the aliens. These are the creatures that are in direct command of the machine lifeforms on this planet. If we can destroy them, we can end this long and arduous war once and for all. Our intel team is hard at work attempting to analyze the source of the signal, but we're not there yet. We need more data. All Yorha units are hereby ordered to prioritize data collection above all else. We can't let this chance slip through our fingers. Glory to mankind.
I used Command's data to determine the signal's source and marked it on the map. But it seems to be underground. Way underground.
Guess we'll see once we get there.
Then there was also the issue
If
with
we're
groups
lucky.
claiming a manga
You're
they
not much for
stopped
plans, are you,
translating.
2B?
And the scan later community is small. I see. So they're not very happy.
Analysis. It is a
They wouldn't be
caused
very
by
happy then
collapse
with
of
having
open
multiple
space
people
underground.
scan later and then
That's
just
a weird-looking enemy.
people choose which one to use based on which one they prefer.
The
Bit
ground
of
is
competition.
caved in. There must have been a hollow down there this whole
So
time.
they feud a lot more than you'd think. Oh, I can imagine they can feud quite a lot. I hope this is where I was supposed to go next.
This hallway looks pretty old.
There's an entire Reddit thread dedicated to just the drama. Oh dear. That's unfortunate. So have you taken out a claim on... Oh, what was it? Tiger Mask? Is that the name of the manga? I'm willing to do most of the manual work, like cleaning and typesetting, but the translators are unwilling. I guess the translators they have just aren't all that interested. Have you considered learning a bit of Japanese to translate bits yourself? I cleaned like 200 pages. No. I must have turned myself round accidentally. There's no other explanation for that. I unlearned my French. But was that French you learned at school by any chance? Because I never use it.
Look at all these dead machines. Seems like they've been here for a long time.
What is this place?
I don't know. There's nothing like it.
So I was
in the
going to
database.
say, schools tend to do a bad job of teaching languages, at least in the UK. I was getting by. I watched lots of French television, of course, school. Oh, fair enough.
Are they dead?
2B, look.
When I visited France to visit relatives, I was able to communicate.
Welcome to the graveyard of our creators.
I only speak English. I have studied a bit of Japanese and have been trying to pick it up for a long time, but it's a very long-term thing for me.
Hey? Can I kill him yet?
Relax, Eve. We're still negotiating here.
Fine.
My name is Adam. The aliens you seek are no longer here. They were wiped out centuries ago by us, the machines.
Wiped out?
And who knows? Perhaps we'll wipe out the androids next. Machines are weapons capable of evolution. We can grow. We can become aware. Eventually, the intelligence within our network began to surpass that of our creators. You'd probably be surprised at how quickly it happened.
You destroyed your own creators?
Oh, there's no need to fret about them. They were simple.
See, one of the things I wonder about is if this is technology that the aliens have been developing, this machine technology, then it's reasonable to assume that, you know, this is... They have lots of machine networks all over the universe.
Uncountable numbers of their own kind, and yet loved in equal measure.
In which case, is this a problem that they've only experienced on Earth? If so, why only Earth? Or has their technology only just reached a certain threshold, and they've actually simultaneously had this problem on multiple worlds independently?
Locate the humans on the moon and bring them to us. We will then dissect and analyze them in order to drag their secrets forth into the light.
It's also very interesting that if the machine network was behind the creation of the myth about the humans still existing, that Adam and Eve weren't aware of this.
Well, I suppose this concludes negotiations. The only remaining option is to destroy you, the same way we destroyed these pathetic little
I thought they
idiots.
seemed harder than I remembered. I'm actually underleveled. I mean, my English was also better for a time, but even my very good German orthography suffers from me not writing and reading as much as I did.
As for your
Not necessarily. First of all, you might underestimate the resources that it took for the aliens to reach Earth.
They're gone.
Yeah, but you'd expect the aliens that were travelling to technology progress much more slowly than those on their home world, if anything, and you also don't know how many worlds they've tried to conquer. We don't know if we're dealing with a vast galactic empire here, or just
Back this way again?
a group of aliens that went for the closest habitable planet, and this is their first attempt. But either way, like, if this can happen once to their technology, it's that it goes rogue like this, you'd assume that it could happen again.
About time we had access to those.
Care to fill me in?
Transporters? They let you transfer your consciousness to a temporary body back in the bunker. I heard some tech guys talking about it a while ago, but I didn't know they'd finally got it working. Anyway, I'll mark the positional data on the map.
I mean, there must be a reason why they wanted to invade Earth instead of trying to coexist. Well, humans didn't... according to the narrative I have heard in NieR Automata so far, humans were already gone by the time the aliens arrived. So it's not even coexist. Well, I suppose it's coexist with the androids, isn't it?
Hey, how's it hanging?
But the androids were pretty despondent at that point, as I understand it, and the aliens went... or the machines went to some lengths to cause the androids to...
She sure is good at pulling work off on people. Next time you see her,
to restore their morale.
So this has a transporter now, huh?
Still, transporters are pretty handy. They're way faster than flight units when it comes to traveling between Earth and the bunker. Flight units also leave us open to attack, and they're expensive to operate, too.
Excellent. Yes, you don't know, but the machine network should know, and they didn't seem to care much about the aliens. It's odd that they call them aliens when they're their progenitors, that the machines call the aliens aliens. Because the humans would be more alien to them than their progenitors. So I think it's the Forest Kingdom after this. And the machine network simply uses the term alien since they might have never been given a name. Well, I suppose it's because it's the only name for them that they know that the androids use. Presumably they would have had a name for themselves in the alien language, and presumably the androids speak the alien language fluent. Sorry, presumably the machines speak the alien language fluently. But presumably also it would just sound like a load of gibberish to the androids, so they don't use the alien language in communicating with them. Even the machines call themselves machines. Yeah. But that could be the same thing. That's just the term in the... That's the term used by the android, so when they're communicating with the androids, that's the term they use. Anywho, as fun as this is, I probably should stop now. I hope you've all enjoyed this. I'll be streaming again on Friday, and that will be more NieR Automata, and that will be from 4 o'clock British Summer Time. Next stream after that will be Saturday. I think I probably will give RimWorld another go. I know I was feeling a little frustrated at the end of the last RimWorld stream, where I yet again managed to have a colony wipe. But I'm determined to try and see it through. So I guess I'll be starting another colony at the beginning of Saturday's stream. Next stream after that will be next Monday, and that will be more NieR Automata. As for my plans with NieR Automata, I imagine most of you have probably already realised, but I intend to rush through completing the game twice. Once as 2B, once as 9S and A2, to get more or less back to where I was, except of course I won't have all the items that I had picked up. I won't have all the quests I'd completed. But my thinking is that if I finish the game twice fairly quickly, it probably wouldn't be very hard from there to grind out a few more levels and get to the point where most of the quests I'd already completed could be done pretty quickly. And the same when it comes to the items that I'd picked up. Certainly once I get access to the item... I've forgotten what it's called. There's the auto item pickup module. Sorry, they don't call them modules, do they? Chip. And then there's the one that marks all the items on the map. Once I have all of them, then it should be a fairly easy scavenger hunt to get all that progress back. So I'm hoping within a stream or two we should probably be back to where we were before. That's my hope. And then from there I will probably try for the other endings, the ones that I haven't seen. That's my thinking anyway. If anything should change regarding my streaming schedule, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads, and I'll also announce it on our Discord server. So, once again, thank you for coming, everyone, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.